The 3:30 p.m. meeting of the Bakersfield City Council is now in session.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to call to order the 3:30 regular City Council meeting of January 21st, 2026. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go.
Here.
Councilmember Kaur.
Here.
Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Weir. Councilmember Smith.
I am here.
Councilmember Coleman.
Here.
And Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Here.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for being here. In keeping with the Council's resolution, public statements are received at different times depending on the item. I'll call on the City Clerk to call for public statements at the appropriate time. If you wish to make a public statement, please fill out a public speaker card and place it in the tray next to the speaker podium. We ask that you mark whether you're here to speak on an item listed on today's agenda or in a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific agenda item will be presumed speakers for the non-agenda public statements. If you're here to speak on an item not listed on the meeting agenda, you'll be called first to speak. Statements are given a 2-minute time limit per speaker, 20 minutes total for all non-agenda item public statements. If you're here to speak on an item listed on the agenda, I'll call for you at the appropriate time. If public statements become disruptive and I have to clear the chambers to regain order of the meeting, you'll be called in one at a time to provide your public statement when the item is called. Everyone in attendance is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by resolution of the City Council. Failure to abide by the city's rules of decorum, including any disruptive behavior that interferes with our ability to have an orderly and efficient meeting, prevents the City Council from conducting the business of the city. Consider this a first warning to everyone in attendance that conduct that disrupts this meeting may result in expulsion and or the chambers being cleared. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items not listed on the agenda?
Mayor Go, we've received one speaker card regarding items not listed on today's agenda. The speaker is Michael Turnipseed.
Welcome.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, you see why I come at 3:30. There's no waiting line. Hopefully you've got a handout here that we put together. It's made up of 2 charts that I'm going to talk about and our plan that we'd like you to consider before February. So next month, your council will be voting on a solution to your sewer dilemma. With rate increases starting July 1, your council has 6 scenarios in which to choose. We're going to give you another one today. Please, before you make the 7th option, current tax option is prudent, sustainable, and fiscally responsible. Our proposals for 10 years is a 40-60 pay-as-you-go debt split. There are many misconceptions floating around concerning the solutions to this dilemma. The first chart shows that we put here, page 1, is the 60-40 pay-as-you-go, but basically it's 10% increases for the first 7 years, 4% for the next 3, $500 million bonding, which will eventually add up to be about $300 million a year. I mean, it'll be $30 for each rate, $300 for each rate person. So you say, oh, well, $300 is a lot. Well, you're getting $500 million for $25 a month. That's the way you have to look at it. Everybody lives by budgets or month to month, so don't scare them with big annual numbers. Let's get down to what it's going to affect their pay periods and what it's really going to be and what the decisions they're going to have to make. And the second chart is a little different because we put in $600 million bonding because we think it's going to be somewhere between the two. And attachment 3 is our layout of a plan. We have miles per repair, we have pumps, we have deadline, we have laid out schedule for the next 10 years that we'd like you to consider. And in your deliberations, the current rate is $274, which is only $22 a month. It's less than a cell phone. And so if you double it, it's probably going to be the cost of your cell phone. Over the 7 years, it will double to $548. So we think that's not a bad number, but over a 7-year period, but that is prudent. For people on lower incomes, they can certainly budget for that. Our plan actually has annual increases when you look at and break it down per month at the 10% is like $3 a month. I mean, we have to look at how we are looking at these things, and give me 2 more minutes and 2 more seconds. When considering your next 10-year sewer plan, you need to look at all plans out there and ask for second opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turnipseed. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
Mayor Go, that was the only speaker card we received this evening for non-agenda items, and we have not received any speaker cards for agenda items.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Turnipseed, thank you so much for providing some solutions. You know, we often hear a lot of the concerns and complaints from community members and various folks, and it's refreshing when we hear actual solutions and people thinking about how we can tackle this problem, because this is a challenge we all face collectively. Mr. Clegg, I just wanted to ask if I know that we've asked staff to bring back additional proposals and considerations and options for us. Has staff seen this report? Have we evaluated it? And have we sat down with Mr. Turnipseed and his team to discuss this in detail?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. We received from Kern Tax a 10, 20, and 30-year plan for infrastructure reinvestment that we have reviewed as staff. Mr. Turnipseed had shared this particular graph with me either late last week or early this week, and so we're looking at how we present the information, which we have all the same data. It's not packaged up this exact same way, but we're looking at how we have packaged it up to see how that compares with this, and if we can present it in a similar format that's kind of easy for the community to see how operations and maintenance is separate from capital improvements, and what the rates will be over time. And then last week we actually met with members of Kern Tax Board and Mr. Turnipseed to walk through our cost of service analysis, walk through our CIP planning process, and the framework that we're approaching. And I think there's a lot of similarity between the key principles in some of the ideas that they brought forward and in the plans that we've had. And we'll continue to answer questions and show where there is alignment, but also tease out some of the reasons that, based on some council feedback, that we've approached our rate setting that is not maybe quite as bond heavy as just one example. But yes, we've looked at several of the materials that they've shared with us. We're looking at this newer graph, which I think is pretty much the same information, just in a different format and easier for us to digest. And we've made a commitment to continue to share our analysis and proposals as we lead up to a council report and direction on this next month.
Okay, great. And one other comment. I thought I heard incremental rate increase over 7 years. It's my understanding that through Prop 218, this council has authority to increase rates incrementally in the period of no more than 5 years before we have to reevaluate the rate structure. And so I just wanted to add that caveat. I do not think, though, that would preclude us from having a model that goes beyond that 5 years. We can then, in 5 years' time, the council can then reevaluate those additional rates in year 6 and 7.
So that's accurate, council member. And we have two different scenarios that we've looked at, one that is about a 7-year and one that's actually a 10-year. And of course, you can only approve those first 5 years, but it's reasonable to still make an assumption about what would still be ahead in the second 5 years of a 10-year, especially if that's communicated now, today, that, down the road, we're still going to have to come back and take another look at it. And I would also, we're getting a little into the topic for next month, but I would also argue there is value in, making a reassessment at the 5-year mark, because we'll know a lot more about the specifics that we've evaluated for Plant 2. And as we get, a better sense of what our revenues, truly are, all of this is forecasted, but we'll know a lot more in 5 years. I think that the one thing we can't do is wait 5 years to make any changes, because we need to start saving up both to meet our current obligations because we're not collecting enough just for operations and maintenance, our ongoing capital improvements, and then start putting money in the bank for those big improvements we know are going to come. But I think we can reevaluate the particular amount for that second 5 years when we get closer to the end of the first 5 years.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much for that. And thank you again, Mr. Turnipseed.
Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Reports item 3A, Clean City Initiative and Community Vitality Programs update.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We'll make a few introductory comments, and then we'll turn time over to other team members to continue through with the slides. As that slide deck is pulled up, just want to frame some of the history that when we started the Clean Cities Initiative just coming out of the pandemic, it was a number of years ago, and we've provided some intermittent updates along the way, thank you. We've provided some intermittent updates along the way, but it's actually been some time since we gave a more comprehensive report to your council about the Clean Cities Initiative. And then while Community Vitality is a separate initiative, they have a lot of crossover, and there's good reason to be well aligned and coordinated, so we wanted to provide an update on both of those items for you today. And so here is some of that background that, it was recognized during the pandemic and that there was challenges around litter and debris in the community well beyond what might be, a typical expectation. And we knew that we needed to attack this from multiple different angles. A big part of that is community education and community awareness that we all should take better care of our community. But also we wanted to jumpstart that work with Public Safety Vital Services tax funding. And later we received significant revenues from a fee increase at the landfill from the county to get at illegal dumping, litter and debris throughout the city in a variety of different ways. And so we're going to walk through many of those examples, but just give a overview there. In addition to litter cleanup crews throughout town, we also implemented those bulky waste drop-off events. They've been a very big success. Lots of folks come and use those. We're coordinating more closely how we're addressing, debris that's left behind by encampments or others who've maybe just left a mess. We do have limited staff. It's one of the areas we're still trying to grow into more, but we've started getting at illegal dumping sites, some of our most chronic hotspots. And then again, that education component is, I think, really critical to a sustainable path on this topic. And then from some referrals from council, we also have had a pilot related to how we manage enclosures and dumpsters. On the community vitality side, it was somewhat similar, but a few years later, we just recognized that our level of coordination amongst city services and our urgency amongst staff for addressing encampments just wasn't meeting really the critical mass of quality of life issues that we needed to address at the time. And that's not to say that we've perfectly addressed that today either. We've recognized that because of our efforts to enhance our capacity to enforce and clean up those encampments, we've now recognized that there's an accountability challenge in the criminal justice system, and that'll be our next topic around jailbeds. But in the meantime, we prioritized doing the work of coordinating city services around encampments differently. We actually created a separate cross-functional team, prioritized this as a special project, and said we have to do this differently to maximize our resources and respond more quickly and more efficiently across the city. And so we'll walk through again some of the examples of what that looked like, but we put together essentially our call center, our triage center that helps to assign out these resources, the many resources that we had created for this. We've got dedicated teams of police and code enforcement. We've got a co-response model that we'll talk about to get at encampment resolution. And then also trying to look at the individual level. How do we help those individuals get the services that they need, or in some instances, the accountability that they need as well. Right, at this point, I will turn it over to Ms. Jamie Ochterberg to walk through a little bit more.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Like Mr. Clegg mentioned, initially we did set out to prepare an update focused on the Clean City Initiative, but we realized really quickly as we were pulling this information together that the collaborative and overlapping nature of these teams warranted a tandem update. And so here we are. The Clean City Initiative and Community Vitality are interconnected, not only with one another, but with other city departments, field teams, and contracted service providers. The efforts are intentionally designed to work together to address shared community challenges. Core city services include solid waste and water under the Clean City Initiative, animal control, arson, and impact under the Community Vitality Unit, and code enforcement, rapid response, and park rangers supporting both programs. Together, these coordinated efforts support encampment cleanup and resolution, enhanced litter and chronic illegal dumping abatement, outreach, case management, and housing placements, quality of life response, and education programs and engagement opportunities for residents and businesses alike. The work would not be possible without the support of our contracted community partners. They provide critical, specialized services that complement our city operations. With Flood Ministries, Mercy House, and Kern Behavioral Health supporting street outreach, behavioral health services, and connections to shelter and housing. Garden Pathways and Psychiatric Wellness Center providing intensive case management services to our chronically homeless and justice-impacted individuals. City Guard and Transwest delivering private security services, and Jack Davenport Sweeping Services, the Open Door Network, and Valley Pressure Pros supporting waste and bio-waste removal downtown and throughout the city. Rather than functioning independently, these services are aligned to provide a more comprehensive and responsive approach to cleanliness, safety, and community well-being, maintain a consistent presence in the field, and ensure that individuals and neighborhoods are connected to appropriate services and resources while public spaces are restored and maintained. Taken together, these efforts truly do reflect the city's commitment to addressing community challenges in a coordinated, thoughtful, and responsive way. And with that overview, I'll turn it over to Solid Waste Director James Leonard.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor Go, Council members. I'm going to talk a little bit about solid waste and its involvement in CCI and how that intertwines and collaborates with all the other divisions here. I did want to touch on the funding a little bit, as this first started off with the public safety vital measure tax measures. It has now moved over to, my portion of it has moved over to Kern County Illegal Dumping Fund money that he talked about with the landfill tax and solid waste enterprise funds. So we're transitioning from there to more solid waste funds to get this taken care of. So I want to go over some of the key accomplishments. Since 2021, CCI teams have collected over 11 million pounds of waste. A lot of waste out there, a lot of litter. We provide cleaning services to the entire community, but we have a heavy focus downtown, Old Town Kern, because these are the areas that are really heavily impacted by homeless issue waste. From there, also in April 21, as Christian talked about, we started these monthly pop-up bulky item drop-off events. These give an opportunity to residents to drop off items that don't fit in their garbage cans and too far to go to the landfill. They can go to these spots around town. So this will also deter the thinking of, I don't want to go that far, I just want to go dump this on the road. So it's been very successful, and I'll go into more detail on that in the later slides. CCI teams are continuing to have a steady presence out there so that they can also engage with residents and community members and businesses and the homeless out there. So they're doing their part. We're trying to do our part. This is a collaborative effort for the entire city and contractors to get this city cleaned up. Some special services Christian touched on just a little bit. Dumpster security program. This was a pilot based off a council member's referral. And this was initially focused on the ECD areas when it first initially started. And in that, we had 62 commercial businesses who participated. And within those 62, we had about 70 bins in there. And that cost was about $37,000, $38,000. We had a lot of feedback. The business owners that are doing it really like it. They enjoy it. It keeps the homeless from getting into it, spreading that debris, causing a mess, and then re-efforts to send teams back out there to get it cleaned up. So one of the persons we had on there was the manager from the roller rink. He provided a quote for us. You guys can read that. But they enjoy it. They really like what it's doing for their business. It's keeping a more professional appearance to their business, which brings in more business, right? I'm going to slide over to water department. I'm going to give a little touch up on what they did for their theft that's been going on for their fencing. There's a lot of basins around Bakersfield. There's 48 sumps, canal barriers, entrance gates, well sites, and there's been a lot of theft of the fencing. So there's a couple staff members in water that came up with an idea of tagging fences. And this has been very positive effect for them. They've been able to recover over $800,000 worth of material and stop the theft. Within the last 6 months, they've only had 2, and they've got to recover that. I can't speak on the arrest. I think there was an arrest too, but that tagging of it has really worked out for them in the city. Last thing I want to touch on is community support. So back to the bulky item drop-off events. I want to touch a little bit more on that. As I said, we had about 14,000 residents that participated in that since we started this. We've collected over 2,000 million pounds of waste, whether it's recycling, wood, metal, plastics, cardboard. We take it to the proper disposing areas or proper processing areas so it doesn't wind out on the street. We've collected another 16,000 items of mattresses, waste tires, e-waste, and things like that. And of course, our efforts and other events that we do outside of that we support Bakersfield Recycling Day, these community events where we have more people come out and participate in these events. Bakersfield Recycling Day, Make a Difference Day, and then of course we kind of culminate that with the city's own Great American Cleanup. So all of these community efforts really ties into what we really want to see Bakersfield become, a cleaner community. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Lieutenant Anderberg.
Good afternoon. I apologize. My voice is a little off today. So I'm here to talk about community vitality and some of the accomplishments that we've had over the past 2 years since it's come to fruition. In January 2024, the Bakersfield Police Department and Development Services piloted a co-response model. Basically, that's a police officer and a code enforcement officer riding together, and they would go out and they would handle encampment issues throughout the city of Bakersfield. Also, in conjunction with that, there was also a rapid response team that was assigned to these teams, and what this allowed us to do was it made us capable of handling encampments very quickly. So a call for service would come in, we would have law enforcement there to enforce any criminal violations, as well as a code enforcement officer to help us identify any private property issues, and also seize any property from people that were living in an encampment. We also had that very key component of the rapid response team that was there to help us with cleanups right away, so we didn't have to leave items out for days and days. So this collaboration helps streamline a lot of our efforts. The call center went live officially in May of 2025, and it now handles about 15 to 18% of all homeless-related and quality of life calls for service. Through community vitality, we've also improved our trespass enforcement authorization form process. That process alone it involves community members who are able to call in and provide authorization for a police officer to enforce trespassing violations without having to be present. That allows officers to quickly handle trespassing violations without having to call somebody in the middle of the night to come to their business and place somebody under a private person's arrest. We've streamlined that process, and since improving that, we've doubled the amount of trespass enforcement authorization forms. That's also helped build a very strong relationship with a lot of our community members here. They're more bought in. They take ownership. They're spreading the word that this program exists. And like I tell many people that I talk to on a regular basis, one business that having a trespass letter is strong, but having an entire block of businesses that have trespass letters strengthens communities and strengthens business areas. So seeing such a large increase in those enforcement letters has been great. We also oversee an intensive case management program. We were awarded in October 2024, we were awarded a grant through BSCC to provide intensive case management services to some of our most chronically affected individuals here in Bakersfield. Our case managers, we partner with Garden Pathways and Psychiatric Wellness Center, and these case managers are able to go out and build rapport with the people that we have a very difficult time with, sometimes trying to make that connection and trying to get them into services. So we're really working on across all different types of ways to combat this problem and improve our city. So this just allows us a proactive approach to educating the community on its operations and also all of the resources that we have. So like I mentioned, we've become very active in the community. We participate in numerous meetings, ranging from meetings with the Downtown Business Association, the Greater Bakersfield Chamber. We also meet regularly with our hotel motels to provide awareness on all of the programs that we have and the types of ways that we can help them when they experience issues related to homelessness. We work very closely with Kern Behavioral Health. There's actually a mental health professional that rides in each one of our on each one of our teams, and so they can provide quick mental health services. We meet regularly with the Valley Plaza Mall, so we can have a good idea of what's going on with their property there and help out in any way. And those meetings typically are held monthly. So since January of 2024 to December 31st, 2025, we've had approximately or almost 26,000 community responses with the City of Bakersfield teams I mentioned. That includes co-response, impact, police officers. It also includes flood ministries. How they assist us is if we get a call of an encampment, typically we'll send flood ministries out to try to offer services and get these individuals connected with people that can provide them true help and hopefully a better way of living. And we also partner very closely with Arson Park and the park rangers. We also do a lot of work with Valley Pressure Pros to help keep the streets clean if we're notified of anything that needs to be cleaned up. So we go to a variety of different calls. We triage all sorts of different things, but mainly we get calls of loitering and transient activity, a lot of encampment calls, trespassing, And then there's other calls that come in involving lewd conduct and trash as well. This map indicates the locations where we have sent our resources and our teams. And so you can see that we go, we're spread out. We have a lot currently in downtown, Old Town Kern. And part of our community vitality teams, we have the downtown footbeat officers. So they're able to provide that close care to our downtown businesses. But there's our services throughout Bakersfield. I'll turn it over to my partner, Jose Gonzalez from Code Enforcement.
Good afternoon, Council. So this slide here is to show, since the initial development of our co-rapid response, how we've gradually throughout the years improved our ability to handle more encampments and more trash sites. One thing that I would like to focus, if you see on 2021, our trash sites that were going out there, and these trash sites are typically what you call abandoned encampments, shopping carts full of debris, anything homeless related that our guys respond to. And our ability when we initially started, due to lack of equipment, we were enabled to do a lot of work. So as you can see throughout the years that we started improving, and each year we are improving and responding to more encampments, more trash sites, and producing more tickets. So that's what these numbers are showing. So our goal for the following year is to continue increasing these numbers and also increasing the response time. If we go to slide 2, we talk about a little bit about the co-response model. I know we touched bases on it, but just to let you guys know what it's made up of a BPD impact officer, a code officer, and we assign 3 staff members to assist with cleanups. And these individuals work throughout 7 days a week, day and night, and they'll respond to encampments along with BPD. They will try to do these cleanups as soon as possible and do as much as they can with the limited resources that they have. We also partner up with the CCI team when we have major projects, as well as the water resources, solid waste, parks, and the Arson when we go out and deal with river cleanups, railroads, basically very large encampments. So this collaboration amongst this team has been very positive in addressing not only the homeless issue, but the trash issue that we have in our community. So with that on, I'll pass it over to Parks to talk about the park rangers.
Hello, Mayor, Council members. My name is Keith Howell. I'm the Park Superintendent, and I'll be discussing with the Park Rangers and the collaboration we have with the Community Vitality and also the CCI teams. The slide shows right here is just with the Park Rangers. They maintain a regular presence throughout the parks. That's also in addition to our park maintenance crews that we touch these parks. The goal is to hit every park that we have daily with the Ranger patrols and also with our park maintenance staff. On to assisting as working with the CCI teams and the Community Vitality is addressing illegal dumping along the bike paths and also within the city parks. Large cleanups, large bulky item stuff, we will work with the CCI teams in there and to do the removal on it. They also go down the bike path and make sure that they patrol the bike path and make sure the litter is cleaned up. On top of that, with the Community Vitality, is that they respond to non-emergent homeless-related calls for service within the city parks. As you see the chart stating there, it's call for service from December to the past 2 years. Probably before that, we had no information or tracking. And so on this slide here, we had 5 hot spots in the parks. It would be Central Park, Low Park, MLK, Patriots, and Wilson. It shows that the PD initiated calls for service. That is the calls that we get dispatched from the PD, the Rangers. And then also the proactive patrols is the ones that are on the schedule for the rangers to patrol the parks and make contact and making sure that, reducing the vandalism and have more eyes in parks for us to make sure they're safe and the quality of life. As you see right there, with the calls that's going in, our proactive patrols are, 1,000 and of course more. I know Patriots Park and stuff, and we evaluate these yearly, look at the hot spots and see what the trends are, and then we adapt our schedules and to be proactive. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, just for the record, Councilmember Arias has joined us, 405.
How you guys doing? Deputy Chief Bryce Patterson with the Bakersfield Fire Department. It's an honor to be able to speak before you guys. I was told that they're saving the best for last, so hopefully I can lead up to that. So this slide provides a snapshot of the arson-related fire activity and how we're responding through prevention, enforcement, and collaborative efforts. In 2025, the Bakersfield Fire Department responded to approximately 43,000 calls. 8,800 of those calls were homeless-related, and about 3,700 were fires. We have a mechanism in place where our company officers on scene will determine if an arson investigator needs to come out, and they will respond out and do an investigation. Arson this year responded out to about 450 of those calls, and 238 incidents showed suspected homeless involvement. So of those 238 incidents, 89% were either structure fires or outside fires. These fires represent the highest risk to the life and safety and property. From an enforcement standpoint, our arson unit made 30 arrests related to arson. Of those arrests, 23 involve homeless individuals, representing approximately 77%. That statistic reinforces that our approach must address risk behaviors and hazardous conditions, not just response after a fire occurs. We worked closely with our public safety partners to mitigate arson fire risk and improve community safety. By collaborating directly with BPD's impact unit, as we said today, our code enforcement and community vitality. Without that coordination, we would not be able to achieve our goal, which is real community impact through arson fire risk and mitigation. That work has been accomplished through coordinated, targeted efforts, including a focused approach to vacant structures, river bottom areas, and outside fires, which we deem any fire outside of a structure and not in a vehicle. We targeted these locations that hysterically generate repeat fires and calls for service. The objective is prevention, reducing repeat incidents, improving neighborhood safety, and limiting escalation to major fires or criminal events. So I conclude with these results show that target enforcement combined with strong coordination among our public partners is the most effective way to reduce arson fire risks. This work shows that by focusing on repeat behaviors, hazardous conditions, and high-risk locations, we are preventing fires before they occur, improving neighborhood safety, and delivering real, measurable community safety. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Not now.
All right.
We'll come back to that. Mr. Clegg, concluding comments before we go to the public?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Go. Just wanted to underscore a couple of things that back in 2023, when we were looking at really an imminent issue, we thought about, how do we get at this issue? Do we need to put different resources, meaning more funds toward it? Do we need to reorganize? Do we need to create a separate department? And instead of just sort of changing the bureaucracy or the org chart, we said, we can probably accomplish this in a better way if we just be more strategic and more intentional. And so creating a cross-functional team, as you can see, very strong collaboration across multiple city teams and departments. Major kudos to the police department for being a co-host. Thank you to also the city manager's office for a team who has worked really closely with the police department, but to really lead out this coalition of many different partners. But we chose to just work in a different way, and that cross-functional approach has been seen in some other instances in other cities to have really good results, and I would argue the same here. Of course, we still have big challenges, a long way to go in addressing the underlying causes, but as far as responding to the impacts around this issue, we've gotten much more effective. We've made really big impacts there, and in particular, again, I would thank Jamie Octerberg and Lieutenant Anderberg for finding ways to make this work by just working better and in closer collaboration and getting the work done, finding ways to get it done instead of waiting until we could sort of redesign. And so it is very reflective of our values that we've established as a team, and it really is a CARES approach in many different aspects to the way that we're doing this work.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg, and thank you to all the presenters and to all of our departments that are collaborating and working together. Is there anything else before we go to the public?
Thank you, Mayor. No.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll go to the public for comments. Madam City Clerk.
America, we have not received any speaker cards regarding this item.
Thank you. And before we go to council for comments, I'm just going to reach out to our media partners. Lieutenant Anderberg highlighted the trespass letter. It could be very helpful if you can all get that word out, because those can be very, very effective. So to all our media partners, if you can just let our public know that those are available and can really help us. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Oh, I have to take such a deep breath. I want to thank everybody for all of the effort that you put in to clean up and do your jobs well. Fantastic. Really, that's a lot of work, and I appreciate that. I have to take a deep breath because it's been almost a year. I remember sitting here and asking about our homeless crisis and issue, and if it was worse, better, or the same. And it was better. But, on the slide, we've got more encampments and trash places that we've cleaned up year over year, and it's increasing ever. The responses to these parks are right next to elementary schools. I'm thinking about Wilson Park, the park I grew up with when I went to Frank West, and these little kids coming out of school dealing with this stuff. And I'm enraged that we prioritize homeless degenerates over our children in our community. We've wasted millions of dollars on treating a problem that's not doing anything, all the while our community is crumbling before us, and we're happy with the effort that we put here. We're letting our kids down. We're letting our community down by wasting another dollar on trying to clean up this mess when they need to be in jail. When I went to Laredo facility today and I'm talking to them, they're saying 50 to 60% of the inmates they have are struggling with mental health. I thought to myself, it's drug-induced mental health crisis that they're dealing with. And the longer we let homeless people sit on the street and get abused, the closer they get to being completely a vegetable drug addict for the rest of their life, never being able to be restored competently back to being a functional member of society. As we continue to baby them along the course and not hold them accountable for the crimes, the theft, the trespassing, the destroying of our community, their brains get more and more destroyed by the 115-degree sun, the methamphetamine, whatever it is they're on, and it's destroying our community. Then they get to Laredo, and there's nothing that can be done with them. There's a backlog. We need to prioritize holding these individuals that are terrorizing our community accountable. We don't need to waste any more money on coddling them and putting a Band-Aid on the situation. And I challenge my colleagues. You've heard me up here and you've heard my frustration, and it was spelled out to me that it's better, or it's maybe that, but we just saw that the amount of camps, they've gone up. It's increasing. And I love those pictures of the train tracks next to the auto mall that we go and you put so much work into cleaning it up, and it looks so amazing and it's nice, and then a week later they're back. And it's 10 times worse. I don't even want to call and take pictures and report it anymore. We have to prioritize actually getting in front of this. And I'm so happy that the next item is the Jailbed Task Force. But as a council, we cannot continue to waste money on anything until this problem is dealt with the right way. The right way. This isn't just a downtown, East Bakersfield, West Bakersfield, South. This is affecting our entire dang community. And our kids, they're going to grow up seeing this, and they're going to get desensitized, and they're not going to care about making Bakersfield a better place anymore, because we don't even care. We want to clean up the trash day in and day out. We want to hurry the homeless people down the street, and we don't want to protect our kids, Our business owners that are paying the salaries of half the people in this room, we want to just waste all of their time, our time. Enough is enough. We've got to take this serious, team. We've got to take it serious. I saw more camps coming to the city council meeting today than I ever have my entire life taking this route. It's a problem that affects all of us. And we've got to take it serious. When the agendas come up and there's items on here that it would be a waste of money, that it's not money we need to spend in light of what we've seen today, in light of what our community is going through, we have to take it. We got to fix it. The state isn't coming to help. They're shutting down the prisons. They have no more mental health facilities being opened up. And we're going to sit here and celebrate the fact that we're picking up thousands of pounds of trash while these degenerates are ruining our community. They're criminals. They're thieves. They're destroying our town. Our kids deserve better. Our business owners deserve better. Our families deserve better. I think about the moms that are walking, we care about them, walking their kids past these parks, dealing with all of this stuff they have to deal with, like it's a third world darn country. Like we're not paying millions of dollars in taxes to make sure that our city is up. So ask ourselves, I'm done. I don't want to grandstand on this, but man, I don't want to repeat myself for 4 years on this term that I got 3 years left. We've got to take it serious. We cannot waste money on one more frivolous thing that is not going to change the trajectory of our city from becoming a rundown cesspool where we just coddle homeless people anymore or thieves anymore, where people think they can just take advantage of our community and not be held accountable. We have to be the team that brings accountability back into our community so that our community knows that we are actually fighting for them. Our business owners know that we're fighting for them. The kids that we cheer on every time they come and do something for a council meeting, they were actually fighting. We got to put our time and our effort and our money where what we say. It's got to match our words. I have nothing left to say.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't follow that drama. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the passion, and I have the same passion, but I can't express it that way. I agree that we need the jail beds, and I started the jail bed task force, and we're making progress, but that does not mean that we've been wasting money doing this, because we've been doing what cities do. We clean up, we arrest people, we take them to jail, and typically, counties keep people in jail. But in Kern County, our jail releases them. And so we are moving towards a solution where the city then finds a way to keep them, hopefully in conjunction with the county. But to say that this is a waste of money, I would not agree with. We pick up 11 million pounds of trash per year. Constituents don't want to see trash, and just because the county's not going to keep people in jail doesn't mean we shouldn't continue to pick up trash. We shouldn't continue to clean up encampments. 4,000 encampments, we cleaned up 5,000, 6,000 trash sites, 8,800 homeless fires. We're not supposed to attack any of that because the county won't keep the people that we take to jail. Yes, we need to solve the jail problem. I'm on board and I'm with you 100%. But we also need to continue these other initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to comment just quickly on my colleagues, but then I want to get into the actual presentation. I will just say my constituents do not think that this is a waste of money. Actually, most of my constituents are very thankful that the city is responding to many of these issues, particularly since the urban core historically has received the brunt of this problem for decades. And so it has been well received to have many of these programs in place to help us revitalize downtown Bakersfield, help us get a handle on some of these neighborhoods that for too long have been neglected and disadvantaged. And so I get it. There are still major issues out there, but I think everyone has taken it seriously. I personally work day in and day out trying to find some solutions to the systemic issues, but as we wait, you know, I know it was mentioned, and it's often mentioned that these are just Band-Aids. Well, if you're bleeding, you need a Band-Aid to stop the hemorrhaging. I mean, and that's, you know, many of the neighborhoods that I represent, We need to have a response. So I don't believe that this is a waste. But I do believe, though, that the community deserves to know and to have a clear picture on how we're progressing in terms of outcomes. And I heard a lot in this presentation. I appreciate all the work from staff. I hear a lot about what we've done, the number of calls we've responded to, the number of encampments we've cleaned up. But what I'm really interested in and want to press staff on is to develop a framework so that we can actually analyze how we're actually reducing the problems related to homelessness, related to crime. Are we seeing reductions? And I know we have some data out there, but I think it's important for us when we have these conversations to bring that up front. I mean, anecdotally, I can tell you, in certain neighborhoods, it feels like we're making a lot of progress 1 month, and then a few weeks later, it feels like we've gone backwards. And it is very frustrating. And I know staff feels that frustration. So it's important for us to have these metrics. And I get it, for many agencies and departments, there's this inclination to, and this sort of mentality that they must sort of justify their existence, justify the work that they're doing, and they want to provide the output data, how many bags of trash we picked up. But what's, I think, more important and more compelling to my constituents is that we see those vacant lots on Niles and Niles and Monterey that have become eyesores and dumps that I complain about regularly, that we finally get a handle on those dumps. Because to Zach's point, Councilmember Bashir-Tasher's point, I have families who have to walk through those neighborhoods, and it does look like a third world country. It is unacceptable. And my heart goes out to those families, particularly those who come from modest means, and who feel already like the city has left them behind. They feel neglected, and only to see that those encampments or those dump sites, the vacant lots that have become dump sites, it's hard to take, really hard to take. So I do share that passion that we have a lot of more work to do. And I want to kind of jump into some of the things that I think are some solutions. Number one, the dumpster referral program. I appreciate staff responding to my referral and getting on the dumpster program. I think it's been a success. I've heard a lot of great feedback. I would like to move forward, that we move on a city ordinance requiring all dumpsters, at least within the urban core, to require a locking mechanism so that we can secure those dumpsters and clean up those sites. Number two, we've installed trash receptacles throughout downtown and Old Town Kern. This has been well received within the downtown and Old Town Kern community. People have really appreciated them, but as of late, these receptacles really haven't been properly maintained. In fact, I just got a text from a business owner with trash overflowing. My question is, what's going on there? What's the issue regarding these trash receptacles, and how can we better maintain those in downtown?
Councilmember, I'm not sure that we have that answer ready for us today, but if James has some information on that, otherwise we'll follow up.
Yeah, Councilmember Gonzalez, great question. So we are transitioning from DSAs, the Downtown Street Ambassadors, to Rec and Park staff. So Downtown Ambassadors for the last, 5 years have been taking care of those receptacles. And when the budgeting and the finances came in and we're doing some more creative collaboration and trying to be proactive at realigning forces, Rec and Parks are now taking over those. So we're getting the maps. So some of those downtown receptacles may have been not on the map yet. I question you, is this one of the newer ones? One of the older ones?
18th and Q.
18th and Q, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. And I didn't mean to put you on a spot. I just
No,
kind
no,
of
there's no
interested
spot.
because I noticed that this isn't the first time. It's kind of a pattern. My third question is regarding the Downtown Street Ambassadors. I know that we've ended that program. I just kind of want to get a sense as to why, because we know that downtown, Old Town are the oldest areas. They have the worst infrastructure. They have many disadvantaged communities. They have the highest concentration of homeless individuals. If you take a look at the Community Vitality Response Location Map, it shows right here with data, it has the highest impacts in terms of community vitality responses. So it's the highest concentration areas. Why on earth would we get rid of the Downtown Street Ambassador program when we know that there's a higher need within those areas, and it's been proven to be successful?
So Downtown Street Ambassadors, we can talk a little bit about it, and then Christian can jump in. But they were assigned to clean out the wire trash cans and receptacles, do some pressure washing here and there, and then we would also have CCI teams overlapping in the same areas. So we simply just took out the wire trash can part of it. The presence of the Open Door Network and their teams are still downtown. They're still taking care of all those alleys, the sidewalks, Old Town Kern, they're still there. The only change that we made was the receptacle maintenance, which went to the rec and parks.
Yeah, thanks, James. And I would just add a couple other things. We actually did slightly change also the pressure washing service. We actually included an additional, team for Open Door Network to still do the pressure washing downtown. But there's just a slight change in the days and hours that they're available, just as an FYI. But that service is maintained there. I think bigger picture, I think it's important to acknowledge that the Downtown Street Ambassadors actually were in place before we ever had the Clean Cities teams. And so once we created the Clean Cities teams, it was additive, and we found that there started to be some duplication there. And then, we wrote out the contracts for both of those. And then as we looked at the full problem today versus, in the sort of incremental steps that we created it made more sense to create clear roles and responsibilities for one set of teams instead of two different sets of teams. And also, it is important to note that we were able to shift this away from public safety, vital services tax dollars. I would argue that it is worthy of those dollars, but we were fortunate to have solid waste dollars and the illegal dumping dollars that we can put towards this project, but also wanted to make sure that it was in a scope that was within our fiscal resources as we've made some of these adjustments this last year and this coming year, to make sure that we've got a balanced budget. And so, again, same service levels have been intended, but finding a different way that's more efficient to deploy those. And as we transition, a few hiccups, and we'll get those fixed.
I appreciate that. And then finally, it was mentioned by Lieutenant Anderberg that the no trespass letters was proving to be successful and very helpful. I'd like to make a referral tonight that we explore how we might make this a requirement for all business owners, perhaps when they pull a business permit to file a no trespass letter for their property. But I think we need to be more assertive when it comes to this particular piece, so that we can get a better handle on those properties when they're closed. And then finally, I'd like to ask for a status on the vacant structure ordinance and what are some of our outcomes related to that as well in a future meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Coleman. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. This is all great stuff. I wanted to commend the staff on your collaboration. I think it's really admirable that you have all these departments, units working together to achieve some of these goals. I'm always surprised about how many, however you present it, pounds or tons or the volume. Then we talk about the volume of stuff that we pick up on the street and in the in the fields and the parks and all that kind of thing. And I'm just wondering if we're making any headway on penalizing people for illegal dumping. Are we doing anything to try to reduce that? And, you know, getting to, I think that kind of feeds to Councilmember Bashir Tash's point is, you know, what are we doing about holding people accountable for these things that they're doing to our community? And I'm not going to ask you for an answer right now. I'm just asking generically the question, if we're getting any results in that area. But I am very concerned about the cost of all this. I see, you know, department heads and I see all these staff, and I'm like, at a time when we're trying to curtail the budget, we have a lot of resources dedicated to this task. And I just want to be sure that we're managing those costs. And maybe you can comment on that part.
Thanks, Councilmember Coleman. I'll comment on both pieces. I guess I could take the latter one first. It has been something really important to us, especially as we are looking at our budget sustainability and making some of the adjustments we need to, because revenues haven't kept up as much as our expenditures have. And so again, the Clean Cities effort was a way to make sure that we're as efficient with possible as the dollars that we do have. I think the good news is many of the individuals you see here today, this is one of their collaterals. They're doing a lot of other things, and so this is not taking up, I would argue, more inordinate amounts of time for folks. Although for some more than others, like Lieutenant Anderberg, spends a lot of time in this space, but others of the team, it's portions of the work that they do. But we're always looking at how can we be a little more efficient. We're looking for grants. We actually have some grants that are in this space that we didn't highlight today. We have a Prop 47 grant that's helping us try and address some of those high utilizers or chronic low-level offenders that we've talked about, in addition to our other efforts. And so we're always taking a hard look at that. And I think one of the advantages of the way that we've approached this as a cross-functional team is that it allows us to be pretty flexible and make changes and not be really entrenched there. To your other question, actually, about illegal dumping, it reminded me of something that I didn't mention earlier, so thank you, is that, I think the two areas that we need to probably grow the most in this space, one is actually community outreach and community education. When you think about what a few hundred people can do to clean up the city, it pales in comparison to thousands of residents just taking good care of the city. Tens of thousands of residents making sure they don't throw out their trash. They pick up their street. They pick up trash at their park. Then when they go visit with their families, that can make a huge impact. And respectfully, I don't think that we've done as much as we can to try and create a culture of pride and ownership of our community and taking good care of it and cleaning up after ourselves as a community. And that's going to pay bigger dividends than any contracts that we create. In the meantime, we're not going to let things sit and be dirty, but we need to continue to push to create that culture. And then the second piece where we need to grow our efforts is around illegal dumping. So what we've done to date, we actually, from that same funding source, plus from the county landfill, plus some grant funds, we basically have 1.5 full-time equivalent employees that are dedicated to illegal dumping. But that's it. For our 2,000 employees and 400,000 people, we have 1.5 people fully dedicated to illegal dumping. I think one of the challenges we have is one of prioritization. When we look at police and law enforcement, it doesn't typically rise to the level of priority for them to address like some other topics. Even for code enforcement, addressing sort of our complaint-based process, and our rapid response teams are trying to get out and address those encampments that are there, present, building. We have not found a way to allocate more resources towards illegal dumping. It's also been a little bit frustrating because the patterns don't tend to be maybe quite as predictable as some of the other areas, like the hotspot areas we have for encampments and those people that are there present. We get those requests and we go out and we address those encampments. for illegal dumping to sort of catch people in the act has proven to be very challenging. And there is actually some government code that limits our ability to prosecute individuals or fine individuals unless they're actually caught in the act. And so one of the things we're looking at is, what are other cities doing? How are they utilizing technology? If technology can still capture that someone is dumping, but that's, it wasn't witnessed in person by a police officer as an example of one of our limitations, do we need to actually ask for some legislation that might update our ability to still fine individuals even if we didn't catch them in person in the act? And so illegal dumping is an area that we've done some enforcement actions on some hotspot areas that we know often get used. We've tried to put up signs, put up cameras, put up fake cameras. We don't want too many people to know there's some fake cameras out there, but as deterrence. And then also just putting up fencing to try and protect these vacant lots, that encouraging owners to put up fencing on their vacant lots so they stop becoming sites where people use. So we're doing some work around that, but I have to say it's an area where we haven't seen a ton of results, and we still haven't cracked that nut, as the metaphor goes.
Thank you. So you're putting up fencing, and then they're coming around and stealing the fencing?
Exactly.
I was shocked by how much of that material you were saying is getting.
And also how much it costs. One of those fences was $40,000 that they stole, and thankfully we caught them.
You mentioned that that a lot of these members are from different departments and that kind of thing. And are we doing a good job of tracking the amount of time they spend on this task from those departments, or not?
That's a good question, Councilmember. I don't actually have the answer top of mind, so that tells you, a little bit right there. Depending on which project or which role, we could partition that out pretty readily. So our code enforcement folks, they're pretty much all dedicated to that. Certain law enforcement folks on the impact team, we track their hours and time really well. If this is a collateral assignment for other folks, I don't think we're asking them to track their hours on a project code that tells us precisely how many hours and how much cost goes to that. So we'll consider that and look into it.
Okay. Well, again, thank you very much for this presentation. I think it's a great presentation. I empathize with Councilmember Bashirtash and the frustration that we're continuing to spend money and cleaning up this mess, and we're not able to make headway on that. But I also agree with Councilmember Gonzalez in that we can't not do it. We have to be out there doing it, maybe even more aggressive. But my concern is managing costs. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the hard work that your people are doing.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a couple comments and really manage the public's expectations as it relates to the next item that we're going to be hearing around the jailbed task force. I, for one, agree that I think this is a really important next step for our city to continue to make progress on homelessness. And I'm looking forward to the presentation, looking forward to the next steps that we need to work through in order to make that a real possibility, so that we can hold many of these folks who are committing these small repeat misdemeanor crimes accountable, and show that there is accountability in the city of Bakersfield. I think that that's an important thing that I don't want to get lost. But at the same time, I also want to recognize the fact that this issue is incredibly complex. Cities across the country are grappling with homelessness. And if there was a solution and someone had a solution, I think we would sit down and listen to them and try to make it work for the city of Bakersfield. But the reality is there is no one-size solution. And certainly, one thing that I want to make clear is that some homeless may commit criminal acts, but not all homeless individuals are criminals. And so I think it's important to understand that there are so many different layers and levels of complexity to this issue. I want to thank Councilmember Gonzalez. Actually, excuse me, I think it might have been Councilmember who had started the ad hoc committee on homelessness several years ago. But it's allowed for us as a council and as a team to really better understand just how challenging this problem is. We understand that it's growing, particularly as we continue to grow as a city, and all agree that while we do need to make progress on the Jailbed task force, we can't lose sight of all of the other work that we must do as a city. And so I just want to commend staff for the presentation. I apologize for being a little late to the party, but just want to say thank you to all the different departments, the levels of coordination from fire to our rapid response teams, our clean city teams, our community-based partners, and everybody out there doing the great work. And also to our city attorney as well for stepping up in particular circumstances and lending their support as it relates to the legal components of removing encampments and helping us navigate the laws as they continue to change on a regular basis around homelessness and how we can remove encampments and get them the help and the services that they need. One point of clarification that I wanted to ask the city manager is that when we initially started talking about community vitality, part of the discussion, as I recall, was that there was not going to be any added payroll costs to creating this initiative. Is that still true today?
That is still true today. We really used existing resources and just moved some positions around to create really a small core project team. We do have some of our youth jobs fellows that are supporting the call center, but those are monies that are coming through state funding. And I'm trying to think if we've made any other incremental adds, but I don't think so. It was really just a reallocation of existing resources to work differently.
Fantastic. I appreciate that clarity, and I just think it goes to show that City Hall, City Manager's Office is doing what they can to be able to utilize existing staff, existing resources, even during a challenging fiscal year. We continue to meet the moment. We certainly can do more and do better. There will continue to be homeless encampments and things that we need to clean up throughout the city. I'm particularly excited about the ability for us to be able to better respond and hold accountable a lot of those folks who are dumping illegally throughout the city, and just want to lift up one particular challenging part of Ward 1, just next to Brook Street off of Cottonwood Road or MLK Boulevard. I won't go into detail, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I'm not asking to create another task force. However, I think we need to put our heads together and figure out how we can address that issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Vice Mayor for receive and file.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to receive and file.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is unanimously approved.
Thank you. City Clerk, next item, please.
Reports item 3B, Jailbed Task Force update.
Thank you. City Manager Clegg.
Mayor and Council, I'll move quickly into this item, looking at the clock, and I'm sure there'll be some conversation and follow-up on this one as well. We've been meeting since September on the Jailbed Task Force, and I've actually had lots of conversations, and so wanted to bring the full council just more up to speed on those conversations before we get too far down the road. Just want to reflect that, of course, this is connected to one of our city council priority goals around safety and resilience. And I think it's important to know that we have enhanced our ability to enforce, and that means police, that means law enforcement. But unfortunately, there's a persistent lack of accountability in the criminal justice system for particularly those chronic low-level offenders. That referral came at the September 10th meeting. Just really quickly, we'll highlight that the task force membership has broad representation from community stakeholders, institutions, local business owners, and we've had good attendance at those 3 meetings that you'll see listed there. Also, we've had other meetings outside of the task force meetings with the sheriff, the presiding judge, the district attorney, public defender, probation, Taft Police, Kern Health Systems, Kern Behavioral Health, Kern Medical, and we've taken a tour of the Taft Jail and the county jail. So we are in earnest in these conversations. We know that there have been major state legislative and regulatory changes. The task force has sort of grappled with, what really are the challenges and potential opportunities that are there. This is not an easy one, as has been noted, and we've been working, hard to do what we can, but in a challenging, regulatory environment. Funding has been reduced. That we don't have enough jail beds. We don't have enough treatment beds for those that have mental health and substance use. In fact, just as a quick comparison, we'll get into some of this later, but we have, 1,700 jail beds for Kern County, let alone some of the other city community correction facilities, and we have less than 100 beds, all included for our acute mental health and substance use needs. We have challenges around recidivism and repeat offenders. Many folks don't, they might get a cite and release, they don't appear in court. Also, cite and release means that those individuals remain in our communities or remain around institutions where they're getting services like Kern Medical. There are not enough qualified employees to take some of these treatment or criminal justice jobs. And there's also been changes in liability. Liability is much higher in this space than it has been historically. The Kern County Jail does have a federal jail bed cap. People are staying much longer in county jail than they used to. Typically, folks would be there for a short time frame and go out to state prisons or state mental hospitals or other areas. And just overall, our systems have become much more complex with the regulatory sort of layers that have been laid atop them. So, tough area that we're working in particular, since it's not our authority or jurisdiction either. But we know we have to do something about it. Also, it's important for the council to know that there have been several conversations for some time about different ways to try and address this. And so, at the county, jail, there's been conversations for a number of years about how can we hire more staff and how can they hire staff quicker. And they've actually made progress in those areas. So there is work in that space, but we still have the challenge that we have. As I noted, the detention deputies has been a big challenge for the county to be able to hire detention deputies, but they've raised their pay scales, they've had double academies, and they're making progress on the detention deputies, but they still have 40 vacancies. The booking process was moved to Laredo. There were some pluses and minuses, I suppose, with that, but overall, it was a newer facility that they were able to design a more efficient process, and they continue to work on trying to move people more quickly through the booking process. And we are thankful for some beds that have been set aside for us for those chronic low-level offenders. We have the ability to work with about 10 beds. They're increasing that up to about 15 right now, and that's not going to solve the problem, but we're thankful for that. We also have seen an increase in substance use treatment beds. The city went out on a limb and went after a tens of millions of dollars grant to create a new sober living environment. Kern County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services is going to operate that site. But that was one of those examples where we said we just can't sit and wait for those projects to come and be built. We went and applied for a grant that cities typically wouldn't get, and got more than $20 million to create 65 more beds. When you basically double the number of your in facility, closed facility treatment beds for sober living, that's a big jump in our capacity. Unfortunately, it's still not quite enough. Also, there have been major changes at the state level in Medi-Cal and our managed care plans and the Cal-AIM administrators. I don't think we've seen all the dividends of that yet. I'm not saying it was, right or wrong move, but just it is our new ecosystem that has been built, and the folks here locally are getting up to speed for how those managed care plans and CalAIM dollars can both benefit individuals just on a regular basis and on a prevention basis, but also those who need intervention because they have committed offenses and are doing jail time. And then Kern Medical has had planning in place for what they call a psychiatric emergency department for some time. The city actually used some of our dollars to help pay for a feasibility study. Those are ARPA dollars to help pay for a feasibility study to help them get really grant ready or sort of funding ask ready for a new department that would include an emergency room and several other types of detox beds and treatment beds because we need more of that. Also, I'm not claiming major success here, but we've also taken into account Care Court, SB 43, and now Prop 36 is probably the tool that's giving us the most teeth to make some progress. All of these are things that have been in play, but we're trying to build off of those going forward. We've been looking at what are some of the potential solutions that are going to pay bigger dividends. Diversion programs. We know that many individuals, the best place for them is not to be in jail, it's to be in treatment, but we need to create some accountability. We have programs available. Folks don't volunteer for those programs. How do we help them be guided into those programs to get the treatment that they need? We've looked at the number of state prisoners and mental hospital patients that are at Laredo Jail that should be in those other facilities. How do we get more of those folks out to those facilities? Continuing to make more process improvements, get more efficient, and all of the processes that are at the current institutions. We'll talk more about this, but having a minimum facility where we can address accountability for chronic offenders. We've looked at whether our city could have a community corrections facility, whether we could contract with another community corrections facility, as well as city funding to support expediting county solutions as well. So the task force has been looking at, you can see there's a very complicated framework or ecosystem. And so we've tried to create a framework to break it up into buckets. And so the buckets that we're looking at are the ones that are on your screen. We want to look at behavioral health and wraparound services collectively, the booking process itself, medical clearances, detention, sentencing, a minimum facility separately because it's one of the biggest potential solutions beyond just detention in general. And then also we have to understand some of the issues around liability and ultimately, what are some of the costs and how can we fund this? So in our meetings of the task force, we've been cranking away at a couple of these different buckets of the framework in each of our meetings. So I know I'm going to, keep going rapid fire on some of these. The intent is to just kind of, again, bring council up to speed on some of the big topics that we're discussing in each of those buckets. I've already noted this, so I won't belabor it. There's a critical need for these treatment services because a majority of our chronic low-level offenders, when I say chronic, that's important because it's an ongoing issue. It's not somebody who just made a little mistake once, twice. These are folks that have 9, 10, 12 offenses. That's a clear pattern, and a vast majority of them have significant behavioral health and substance use treatment needs. Again, even in this space, not just detention deputies, but there's a challenge of our providers having enough qualified professionals to provide those services. I do think that there's a lot of opportunity for better coordination amongst the different service providers. It's a very complicated system, that as well. And I think if we work better together in different ways, we can get more for the same dollars that are currently out there available today. We need those diversion programs, and we need more treatment in residential beds. The one that I referenced, the 65 new beds, we're calling that Calm Horizons, and that's a project that the city got that grant funding for. In addition, the Kern County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services is working to expand their psychiatric evaluation center, their PEC, Mary Kay Shell. They want to try and get another 5 to 10 beds there, and they're creating a youth center that would help the youth and the adults be evaluated in 2 separate facilities. That's good progress. When you go from 14 beds to maybe 25 to 30 beds, it's progress, but that's not a big number. That's a challenge we're still facing. We're also trying to create spaces within our courts and our jails where the providers can have office space or working space. In the courts today, that does not exist. In the jails, it does to a degree. But many of these individuals, for example, in the courts, they may get handed a piece of paper and say, within 48 hours, you need to report to this location. They never report. And we're losing, folks, they're slipping through the cracks. If we can have on-site clinicians, meet with them, start building some rapport, make it clear that, the access to resources and incentives that they could have, we may do better in keeping people in treatment case management. But it's important to note that, and this was something we just learned last week, the county behavioral health does not have a legislative obligation to provide mental health services to county prisoners or city prisoners. And so there's no direct funding that's provided for that resource. We have many individuals re-entering the community, and sometimes they're re-entering very quickly, but there's opportunities to improve services, and connections at re-entry again, so we don't lose folks. Even if you've done well for, let's say, 20 days, 30 days, and you come out, but you're in a very different environment, if you don't have help around you in that first 48 hours, it's very easy to go back to some of the same patterns. In the booking process, again, it was moved to Laredo. Fortunately, there's been some work to streamline, but unfortunately, still long wait times. Our average is, typically 2 hours. They can move individuals through there in 15 to 30 minutes, but if there's already people in queue, it backs us up, and so we have 2-3 hour waits regularly with our officers who are going to book individuals, and sometimes even longer than that. We're working on our end to try and create some opportunities to, for lack of a better word, sort of batch individuals who are in the care of a police officer but dropped off to that officer. They're at Laredo booking, so then our officers can get back on the streets. But if, sometimes if an officer is, 2-3 hours at Laredo, that means they're not on patrol. They're not taking other calls. Medical clearances can often take a long time as well, and we understand the liabilities. You want to make sure people are fit to be in an environment like that and get the care that they need. But it's also an area where it's slowing down bookings significantly, and trying to find ways, working with Kern Medical and the sheriffs, if we can just be good thought partners, as well as on our end, anything that we can do, if PD bringing folks in to help those medical clearances move quicker. And I already meant this BPD staffing adjustments means that we're contemplating actually, having staff at Laredo at a minimum at peak times, maybe at all times, so that they can sort of hold individuals while they're in queue, instead of having 5 or 6 officers each waiting, have 2 officers waiting and everybody else get back on the streets. I've already spoken about medical clearances a couple of times, just a few other things to add. Many of those chronic offenders have not been taking good care of themselves, and so their medical needs are significant. That's a challenge that we're facing, and also, theoretically, if the city takes on some of those individuals in our responsibility, either through a city or a contract community corrections facility, we would be responsible for those medical needs. Also, many individuals have co-occurring medical and behavioral health treatment needs, and so finding ways to synergize those, two treatment services is another ongoing conversation. I noted this a little bit earlier. Kern Medical has many individuals who go there for medical clearance, but then there's no longer capacity at the jail. They don't. They're not going to be held there. They're released with a citation, but often they're released right there on site, and so it's a big challenge for Kern Medical. We're working with them on some alternatives, so there's not that concentration of individuals that have recently been cited and released. And thank you to Kern Medical. We identified in our first meeting with them 2 low-hanging fruit items where we could bring together the individuals that are waiting for medical clearances to be kind of in adjacent spaces within their emergency room so that it could help their staff with safety and efficiencies. And also for our officers, we might have had, similar to the booking, you could have 5 different police officers all in different spots of the emergency room waiting with that individual. Instead, now we can have 1 or 2 officers waiting with several individuals in that one waiting holding area and get our other officers back out on the streets. And we were able to, between us and Career Medical, just implement that immediately, and we didn't have to wait. As detention goes, I'm not going to belabor this one too much as a broad category. We just know, again, that we have limited jail beds. That's a question of funding, staffing, and regulatory challenges. They make difficult release decisions every day. We learned this morning that they book about 80 individuals, plus or minus, every day across the county, and they're having to release people nearly every day, and they have to make those decisions on a risk basis. 80% of low-level offenders are released that we pick up from the impact team are released within 24 hours. That's a troubling number for us. And we need additional time to make sure they can get treatment, sentencing, and diversion to the places that are going to best serve them. From a sentencing standpoint, it's worth noting we've worked with the public defender, district attorney, and presiding judge. There is support for diversion programs. We have to still figure out some of the logistics, but as a concept, there's good support. There's been some interest in taking a look at bail schedules and whether that can have positive impacts on our challenges. And then for those that are familiar with the former drug court program, they would, on a weekly basis, bring folks in a streamlined format. We want to try and do that same thing for some of our chronic low-level offenders to keep folks moving through that process pretty quickly. And this is an important point for council to know that misdemeanants can be booked and sentenced to community correction facilities. They do not have to always go through Laredo. They could go through just city community correction facility. A minimum facility means, again, a space where we can address some of the low-level offenders. There's that lack of accountability. Again, we need that. We don't think people are going to go into diversion for treatment without that accountability. One of the challenges is there may be limitations for those that need significant behavioral health treatment at a minimum facility. Laredo can provide certain mental health support that a lower minimum facility cannot. Some of the options that we've looked at for a minimum facility, the county has a space at Laredo County Jail called Max Mead. It has pods of 30 beds. That there's actually 8 different pods, and they could scale up to hold more folks there. There's also the mega barracks that are 2 60-person dormitories, and then the Taft Jail has 2 60-person dormitories as well. From a liability standpoint, it is just important to know that folks who are booked into county jail are county liability. If they are booked and held in a community correction facility, they would be city liability. We would own that liability. We're working to address, indemnification if the folks are transferred from county jail to a community correction facility. That's something that we think has a lot of merit to addressing some of the chronic low-level issues, but we need to work out that indemnification. This last slide is just some broad numbers that the minimum facility in Laredo is not currently open. To reopen, they're estimating about $2 million capital dollars. And operating costs for 120 beds would be around $11 million. Taft Community Correction Facility probably needs about $250,000 to $500,000 to retrofit the 2 dorms that haven't been used in some time. But other portions of their jail have been in use, ongoing use. But it's about $7.5 million for about 120 beds at Taft Community Correction Facility. However, there would be additional transportation, medical, and probably insurance expenses that we would need to budget for outside of that Taft contract for services. So here's where I will just kind of indicate and not try to speak too much for the two council members that are on the task force. But there's been significant conversation about the city seriously considering a memorandum of understanding with Taft for additional beds. That initiated out of some of the early conversations that it didn't feel like it was really an option for the county to fund their expansion back to either Max Mead or the mega barracks in the short run. A need to do something sooner than later to address these challenging quality of life issues for our community members. And also just our ability to, frankly, dictate some of the conditions and outcomes as the funder, to a contract agency like Taft, whereas we're really reliant upon the county and decision making related to their facilities. I think you can see some of those budget comparisons. Of course, those are big costs either way, but some are more expensive than others. But also we were trying to dig a little bit deeper into data, because some of those individuals, who are some of our most chronic offenders, they may have acute behavioral health needs. And so how many of those would need to go to a separate facility? How many could go to a community correction facility? But also there are many individuals who may be low or moderate, or who may be chronic retail theft individuals, not necessarily those who have some of those other acute medical or behavioral health needs. And so these are some of the options that we're looking at. As far as how could the city fund this, I'm not assuming that we're adding $7.5 million in next year's budget of new monies. Some of what we need to do is reprioritize, just like I mentioned on some other topics. If we're spending millions of dollars of staff time cleaning up after and moving along some of the same individuals, and those individuals are able to help get them into treatment or get them into accountability in jail, then we can reduce some of those other staff costs for those ongoing cleanups. So I would propose, if council wants to move forward with this, reallocating some of our dollars within our existing resources and some of the teams that you saw today. We also have set aside some funds in prior budgets actually for this purpose, and it hasn't come to fruition yet, and so those funds are still available. And then because we're doing a preventative service, and there's many individuals that are paying big dollars to care for those individuals, some of those are hospitals, some of it's behavioral health, and some of it's the county themselves, we're going to approach those other entities and say, if we're able to provide this service, it's going to save you dollars. Can we see some of those savings put back into this program to help fund this? And so I do think it's realistic on a pilot basis. Again, 120 beds for the 7.5. If the city moved forward with, let's say, half that number as a pilot, 60 beds, I think that we could reallocate enough of our own resources and get other partners to participate to do a pilot. Again, whether that's, frankly, even as a partner with the county or as a partner with Taft. And so we're not bringing a decision to council today. The point was to really get you up to speed in all the work that we've been doing. And really what I wanted council to be aware of is some of these big challenges, the costs, the liabilities, what are some of the options, and then really a go-ahead to say continue working with county, continue working with Taft to find the best solution and bring that back to council is really the desired intent for bringing this update to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. We'll now go to the public for comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any requests?
Mayor Go, we've not received any speaker cards regarding this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
I'm happy with the progress that we've made. We definitely need to reallocate resources that we've been spending on cleaning up this. And the thing that gives me hope in this entire situation, or what we're trying to accomplish here, is it's going to be something different and something new. You can't expect someone that's tweaking out of their mind in a tent on the street to accept your warm handoff into a treatment program. They could care less about what you're trying to sell them. So grabbing individuals and getting to the point where they can have some sobriety for a minute, be forced to be held accountable for their actions in terrorizing their community, and then presenting them with an option with all of the wonderful partners that we do have in our community, all the different resources. You know, this is how you win both worlds. I mean, for the last decade, we've seen what soft on crime looks like, and let's empower all of these organizations to just make the mistake even bigger in our communities as we continue to see it terrorize and crime gets worse and there's zero accountability. And then we know what locking everybody looks like and how that can really hurt communities too, with people spending their entire lives when they just needed some help. This is an opportunity for us to do something different. This is an opportunity for us to actually present real results to our community, to give our tax-paying constituents what they deserve, which is public safety. And we're also looking out for people that maybe need some help. Maybe they're stuck in just a lifestyle of addiction and they need to be locked up for a minute to get sober for the first time in 10 years, so that we can get them in a program so that they can actually have an opportunity to be better. But continuing to clean up the mess is not going to fix it. And I didn't mean that what we're doing is a waste. I meant that the stuff that we see on our agenda at these council meetings, and we all know that there are items that are a waste when we're trying to be fiscally responsible. This is going to be an expensive thing, and we just need to make sure that we're good stewards of our time and our resources. So I appreciate the effort. I look forward to getting more data that we've talked about, and getting this thing some real momentum, some real teeth, and helping our community out. So,
thank you, Councilmember Shurtosh. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. And I really appreciate staff's focus on this for the last 3 or 4 months. We've, I think, made a lot of progress in education to the city. As Councilmember Bashir mentioned, it's a new direction, and it's something new for the city and the county and all the health providers. There is an obvious lack of accountability, and it has been going on for quite some time. Back before City Manager Clay came, City Manager Candy, we were in conversations with the county at that time, and we've seen the same problem. And those conversations have continued for multiple years now without any real movement. And in my mind, it is time for movement, time for decisions. So I think I will make a motion that staff continue these conversations and to move forward with a memorandum of understanding with Taft on, and I think maybe there's two in our conversations with them. There's the ongoing, once we are up to speed and have prisoners, and I think that takes longer to put together. It's more complicated, but I think just helping them get the facility ready. And so maybe we start with a contract with, we're going to help you get the facility ready while we're working on a contract to house the inmates. I've had conversations with different county supervisors, and I think they understand that it is their obligation. And I think that, there's opportunities for them to help fund, like you say, a pilot program and for something that helps the county and helps us move forward. So I would also direct staff to continue discussing with the county and the health providers and stuff. So we have no choice but to do something different to move forward. And so I will make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just thank you to staff for all the work, and I'm cautiously optimistic that we're in a good direction. But I want to provide some context here, right? we've been working at this for 7-8 years in terms of providing additional support to make our community safer through additional law enforcement. We first focused on getting that 100 additional police officers, and we made it. And we had a full court press to get that net gain of 100 police officers. And as we've done that, we've recognized this shortfall with the lack of jail beds. And so I was just looking at my phone. It was July 26, 2023, when Councilmember Smith and I met with Sheriff Youngblood in his office for the first time to initiate these conversations. And I think that's important for the community to realize that this isn't some new idea that just came about this last couple months. Like we've identified this need for several years, but it's been a struggle. And it's important for us to continue to push on this. This is really important. It's part of our public safety plan. And I am hopeful that we will get a resolution sooner than later. So thank you so much. I concur with my colleagues. We need to find the dollars to make this happen. And it's part of a whole, complete, comprehensive approach to public safety in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, am cautiously optimistic about this moving forward. But I just wanted to commend my colleagues, Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Bashir Tash, for spearheading the task force. I'm grateful for the speed at which it's moving. The initial referral was made on September 10th of 2025, and here we are just a couple months later with some significant progress and some real options. And just want to say thank you for the motion. I absolutely support that direction from Councilmember Smith. But I also, too, want to put this effort into context and be particularly sensitive to the fact that there are horrific interactions that are taking place across the country between ICE and Border Patrol agents and local communities. And I, for one, as a council member, have been reached out to by several members of the community who are concerned that this particular effort is in some way, shape, or form an effort to create some form of ICE detention facility. And so I just wanted to put that to bed today, here and now, and confirm that that is, in fact, the case.
Or, in fact, not the case.
Thank you. In fact, not the case.
Yeah, thank you, council member. That is not the case. And in fact, as we toured, Laredo today, folks could argue the points of state law, but under state law, our law enforcement and county jail, Taft Jail, they are not even allowed to ask of someone's documentation status as part of their interactions with law enforcement in the state of California.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And I think the second thing that I wanted to clarify for the benefit of the public is, I know we're having these conversations all the time, but for the benefit of the public, I think it'd be helpful to define what or who is a chronic low-level offender that we are really looking to provide support to.
Thank you, council member. And I think we can, I heard that as both a now and a follow-up, suggestion. But really quickly, let me be clear too. Some of the state policy efforts to reduce mass incarceration, to reduce individuals becoming system involved and then being, disadvantaged for the rest of their lives. I think that those were well intentioned. We're not looking for somebody who, a young person who makes one mistake. It doesn't make sense for them to have the, a lack of opportunity for the rest of their lives. That's not what this is about. But when you have an individual who has committed the same offense 12 times, 15 times, that's clearly a pattern. That's not a whoops any longer. We also have individuals who have been arrested more than 15 times over a 2-year period, a 1-year period, a 2-year period, and it's just a chronic pattern. That's why we say chronic. We say low level because, again, I think our and I failed to mention this earlier, our accountability system, for the most part, is working for individuals who have committed serious offenses. They get time, they get their day in court. The process plays out for them. But for these lower level offenses where there's not really the capacity to, even in the courts and the jails to hold those individuals, that they're when we say low level, it's misdemeanors for the most part. These are misdemeanors that, though significantly impact quality of life of our community members. It's when somebody's house gets broken into. It's when a business's window gets smashed. It's when your air conditioning gets stripped of copper wire for the nth time. It's when a vehicle gets, stolen again. That's very frustrating for our community members. And unfortunately, many individuals will go and they'll steal a car and be arrested, and they'll go and steal a car the next day because they've already been released. That doesn't make, I don't think that anybody intended for that to be what the system outcomes were. And so when we say chronic low-level offenders, it's creating accountability for misdemeanor crimes that are repeat chronic offenses, that there's a clear pattern that somebody knows they can get away with it, or someone who may not have the mental capacity to make better choices on their own behalf, but they continue to repeat over and over again. Something needs to change, and that's what this is intended to address.
Thank you so much. And just the one statistic that really sticks out from your presentation is that 80% of low-level offenders are released within 24 hours. That is alarming. I think it's consistent with what our community feels, and I appreciate the fact that staff is taking this so seriously, and I'm looking forward to a potential solution here soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Vice Mayor.
Are we receiving and filing, but we do have a motion?
We have a motion on the table.
Okay, got it. Well, I just wanted to join my colleagues in thanking Councilmember Bashir Tosh and Councilmember Smith for the efforts. It's a challenging issue that affects community safety on so many different levels, and I know while we are discussing and seeking solutions for the enforcement end of it, my hope is that we can also be creative and additionally resourceful in the treatment end of it that we see a huge gap in. I was just chatting with a couple of my former students who are now nurses that work at Lerdo through Kern Medical and through Kern Health Systems. I'm hopeful that maybe there are ways in which the city can support efforts to either employ social workers that can be specifically linked to these efforts that we are joining in furthering how we keep our community safe for the longevity. And that would be my one recommendation in addition to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The challenges before us are extremely complex. Mr. Clegg, you mentioned substance abuse and the challenge there. 110 individuals are diagnosed every month with a severe substance use issue that requires residential treatment. And just our ability to add more, and only 109 beds were available in the summer when I had inquired about this. So our ability to add more helps in this extremely complex challenge. We need to address both the mental health and the substance abuse issues as we move forward with these solutions. Thank you to all. You have a motion by Councilmember Smith. Would you please cast your votes?
Motion is approved with Councilmember Weir absent.
Thank you. And now that is the end of this session. We're just completing our 3:30 meeting. Sorry to keep so many of you waiting. Council is going to need to take just a little break. It's 5:23. If you can take 10 minutes. I know that we're going to need a little health break. Thank you for your patience out there, and then we'll resume at 5:33. And with that, we stand adjourned at 5:23.
Welcome to the Bakersfield City Council meeting. This television broadcast is brought to you by the local cable companies, the County of Kern, and the City of Bakersfield. You can watch the rebroadcast of this meeting Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 10 a.m., and the following Wednesday at 7 p.m. You can download the agenda for this meeting at www.bakersfieldcity.us. Presiding over this evening's meeting, the Honorable Mayor Karen K. Go.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to call to order the 5:15 regular City Council meeting of January 21st, 2026. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for participating this evening. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go.
Here.
Vice Mayor Core.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Weir. Councilmember Smith.
I'm here.
Councilmember Coman.
Here.
And Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Here.
Thank you. Tonight we have the pleasure of having Pastor Traco Matthews, who's the pastor of the Church of God Bakersfield, to offer the invocation. He really needs no introduction. He is everywhere at all times and also part of Kern Health Systems. Thank you so much, Pastor, for hosting the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. service this year. We appreciate your very, very dedicated service on so many committees and in so many varied aspects of our community. And thank you on your pastoral anniversary. Following the invocation, Benjamin Purcell, who's a senior at Bakersfield Christian High School, will lead us in the pledge. Benjamin is a 4-dimension dream builder, and that's a really big thing. Only select people are chosen there. He serves as the ASB Commissioner of Spiritual Life. He's first chair clarinet in school, and he also is a pole vaulter on his school's track and field team. He hopes to attend Cal Poly and study agribusiness. And then we need you to come back, Benjamin, and come back to our community. Pastor, would you all please stand now?
As a pastor, I'll take the liberty of sharing a couple of scriptures before we pray. Psalm 33:12, it says, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." And then, of course, you know this one. It's one of MLK's favorites from Micah 6:8. It says, "He has shown you," I'll make it plural, "humans, what is good, but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with God." We're grateful for council members who embody the spirit of that, doing righteous, just work, but also demonstrating compassion and empathy for every resident in this community. Let's pray. Almighty God, maker of heaven and earth, the one who reigns over the universe, this world, over kings and kingdoms, princes and presidents, mayors and managers, to you we come this evening acknowledging our gratitude for your provision, for this beautiful city, for your favor and your blessings we've already experienced in 2026. Lord, we ask for your wisdom for those who are governing, making decisions. May they trust in your wisdom and not their own understanding. We pray that you will give them hearts of compassion, of love for every single person that you love. And Lord, we also pray that you will give them courage to do what is righteous and just for every person that lives in this beautiful city. We ask these things in your righteous and holy name, and all God's people said, amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Salute, pledge. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Would you like to introduce your family?
Of course. So I have my dad right here, and he's the only one here right now, but thank you for this.
Thank you so much for being here, and all the best in school.
For sure.
Thank you, Pastor, also. And if any of you need to leave at this time, this would be the appropriate time. Thank you. Here are a few guidelines to help our meeting run smoothly. We request that you turn off your phones. Please be courteous in the use of cameras and videos. For safety reasons and as a courtesy to others, no signs are allowed in the council chamber or in the lobby. Applause is allowed during the presentations portion of the meeting, but not during other portions of the meeting. Everyone in attendance is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by the City Council by resolution. Failure to abide by the city's rules of decorum, including any disruptive behavior that interferes with our ability to have an orderly and efficient meeting, prevents the City Council from conducting the business of the city. Consider this a first warning to everyone in attendance that conduct that disrupts this meeting may result in expulsion and/or the chambers being cleared. Behavior that disrupts the meeting includes repetitive statements, shouting, hate speech, interrupting staff or presenters during the meeting, speaking out of turn, and outbursts from the audience. In keeping with the council's resolution, public statements are received at different times. Depending on the item, I'll call on the city clerk to call for public statements. If you wish to make a public statement, please fill out a public speaker card and place it in the tray next to the speaker's podium. We ask that you mark whether you're here to speak on an item listed on tonight's agenda or in a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific item will be presumed speakers for the non-agenda portion of the meeting. If you're here to speak on an item not listed on the meeting agenda, you'll be called first to speak. Statements are given a 2-minute time limit per speaker, 20 minutes total for all non-agenda item public statements. If you're here to speak on an item listed on the agenda, I'll call for you at the appropriate time. If public statements become disruptive and I have to clear the chambers to regain order of the meeting, you'll be called in one at a time to provide your public statement when your item is called. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items not listed on the agenda?
Mayor Go, we've received 6 speaker cards regarding items not listed on tonight's agenda. The first public speaker is Rich O'Neill.
Mr. O'Neill? And if you just announce the next, just so that person's prepared.
Van Crawford.
Thanks. And as you come up, if you would just adjust the mic according to your height. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council and staff. My name is Rich O'Neill. I'm with the Kern River Parkway Foundation, and I'm here to support other speakers tonight who will be talking about increasing the tree canopy in Bakersfield. I think the city can do a better job. I know we're trying, and we got a model in Fresno. It's a very similar community than ours, and take a look at what they're doing up there, and we can learn something from Fresno in regard to tree canopy. I do have a bright spot. Last year and a half, we had some problems out at the Truxton Lake, some trees torn down by mistake, but the city parks and water department came through and planted over 100 trees to replace those that were lost. And I hope we can do more of that kind of thing in other areas in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Next speaker, please.
Van Crawford, followed by Dennis McLean.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Ivan Crawford. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to kind of bring to attention the bike path between Olive Drive and 7th Standard. I am the resident on Isaac Lane. I would like to know how this part of the bike path has been opened already. When there's not a connector between, I believe it's the river and past would be on the northwest side of the River Lakes Golf Course. You guys are still working on that part of it. But the bike path behind my house, which is about probably 50 feet from my fence, is open to everybody. When I mean everybody, we've had delivery vans from Amazon Prime come down the bike path because you guys have not put ballards in. and the fences have been taken off, and it's completely open. We have motorcycles, quads, folks walking their dogs. I understand the walking the dog, that's what the bike path's for, and that's great. However, they're not on their leash, and they come into my yard to threaten my family and my animals. I have sheep, I have chickens. I'm a 4 acres farm, right? So it's kind of a nuisance that for my dogs. My dogs are on their own property. I don't have to have a leash on my dogs. People that walk on that bike path do. There's no signs posted that they should have a leash. No signs posted for no motorized vehicles. Obviously, there's no signs posted for the delivery vans that told me that GPS sent them down there, and I told them they were wrong. Anyway, if this part of the bike path is not open yet, I would like to know how come there's no fences up, right? If it is open, how come the ballards haven't been put up and the signs posted?
Mr. Crawford, your time is up, but thank you. Mr. Clegg, is it possible to have somebody on staff follow up with Mr. Crawford? Is there somebody here maybe who can just go in the back just to start the conversation? And then I know Councilmember Smith, you also would like to make a comment.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I was going to make the same comment, just have staff follow up. Exactly what's the location again?
We're between Snow Road and 7th Standard. There's the Rock Harbor Church is on Snow Road. We are 2 lots behind the church. Isaac Lane is a dirt road that's a access road for the Echeverry's farm that's on that. It's an equipment road. That's the access to our house is that dirt road. But the bike path is just to the east of us, about, I'm saying 50 feet. That's pretty conservative. I'm giving you guys some. I'm going to say it's probably less than that. And it's very high.
Great.
So it actually looks over.
Thank you. So you're closer to Snow Road or closer to 7th Standard?
I'm probably right in the middle between Snow and 7th Standard, right off that bike path.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. We'll have somebody on staff follow up with you.
Dennis
Welcome.
McLean.
Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to support Ivan. I'm a home and property owner on Snow Road for 48 years. I oppose these bicycle paths being put throughout the county. Most recently, the city put a bike path along the Kern-Bryant Canal going north from Snow to 7th Standard Road. This path runs adjacent to property owners who, before the path was installed, had the canal security fence under lock and key, which provided privacy. Now the path is wide open to unwanted traffic, homeless individuals, and riffraff. When the tax-paying homeowners asked the city to provide a security fence to isolate their property, city planning officials responded with lack of funds. Yet the city provided Dolores Huerta Foundation hundreds of thousands of dollars for infrastructure improvements for her downtown government-funded project. Go figure. I also oppose the narrowing of 8th Street from 4 driving lanes to allow for 2 driving lanes and 2 bicycle lanes. Just what our town needs, more bike lanes for the 99% of the public who do not own a bike or use that type of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Next speaker, please.
Anja Lauer, followed by Eddie Lane.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
So good afternoon, Council. So my name is Antje Lauer. I'm a member of the Kronkavia chapter of the Sierra Club and a professor at CSUB. And before I start, I have a handout for you, a letter or follow-up to a letter that we sent last year with some key points that address the tree plan. the tree plan of our city and how we want to improve the tree canopy coverage in our city. So the city of Bakersfield has developed a central city and citywide tree plan, as well as a document named SOAR Bakersfield, which means Sustainable Opportunities Advancing Resilience, with funding from the EPA and an outside consulting firm. Awesome. Really, I read it. It's good. So one of its goals is to enhance quality of life, investments in green spaces, trees, and public amenities. Several nature-based solutions are described, among them planting more trees. So on page 39 in our tree plan, chapter 3 actually, under measure description, it is stated that Bakersfield trees cover approximately only 0.65% of its land area. So the tree plan advises the city of Bakersfield to increase the canopy by 50 to 200%, which only adds up to being 1 to 2% then, which sounds small, but it would be a significant increase for our city. So other proposed measures in that plan include establish a citywide free tree program that provides residents with free trees to plant on their properties, and a tree ordinance should be updated in partnership with the city's tree advisory group, of which I am a member for about 1 year. So what progress has been made to increase the tree canopy in Bakersfield within that year that I'm on the committee? Zero. And I see my time is up. I have one more sentence. Can I say that?
Go ahead with that sentence.
Okay. So very important. So right now, Bakersfield is spending $1 million on tree maintenance and removal with zero reinvestment, creating a tree deficit cycle. So I give my voice to Eddie Lane, who can continue then. Okay, thanks.
Madam City Clerk, next speaker, please.
Eddie Lane, followed by Rob Parsons.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Eddie Lane with the Sierra Club. Many of us supported the additions to the tree plan well over a year ago. We were greatly pleased when those additions were added. Based upon a California Public Records Act request, actually a series of them, which are here, what we can say now is that whole portions of that plan have been virtually ignored. I'm sorry to say that. Fresno's plan was adopted as a model. Fresno trims trees every 6 years, not Bakersfield. We're asking for a written 6-year plan on the city's website so as to avoid unnecessary trimming, such as occurred during November and December on Chester Avenue and 17th Street. Those are only 2 examples. Timing is also important. We were assured by staff there would be no trimming during bird breeding season, which is July, August, September. Yet, over 2,000 trees were trimmed in July, August, and September. Cost over $225,000. And these were not dormant trees. Tree trimming is harmful for trees when they have full leaves on them. Primarily, again, based upon the California Public Records Act request, our earlier detailed 6-page letter of December 8, we requested answers about the direction of the tree work by the city. I passed out that letter. Example, research indicates that 24-inch box trees are more root-bound than 15-inch trees. Yet the city's bid is basically for the 24-inch trees. So we're asking for answers to those questions that we submitted before. And I remember some months ago that some of these issues were asked by Councilman Coleman for answers. So we would like those answers. And they're detailed, we know. But that's important to get into the details. Our goal is, as a healthy city of Bakersfield canopy, our goal is to increase and improve the quality of life in the city of Bakersfield. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Next speaker, please.
Rob Parsons.
Yes, I'm Rob Parsons. I'm a citizen of Bakersfield since 1948. I'm a retired Bakersfield College STEM instructor and or professor, and I'm just here in support of the tree document that's been presented to you and the additions to be implemented to the tree plan for Bakersfield. And I don't think I need to say any more than what's already been said. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Madam Clerk, are there any other requests to speak at this point?
Mayor Go, that was our final non-agenda speaker.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't sure if you seen my notice. I just wanted to ask staff, we are going to get an update on where that committee has been going and what staff's response is to it.
That's right, Councilmember Smith. In addition to a memo I provided to your council in this last month, we're going to have a presentation at one of our workshops in February at one of these council meetings.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to the speakers who continue to bring this issue to the council. I think it's a very important one. I can't remember the statistics, but I know that Southeast Bakersfield in Ward 1 is home to the least amount of tree coverage throughout the entire city of Bakersfield. And so I just want to say thank you on behalf of the 60,000 residents that I represent. And I think it's really important that we start to make progress on this issue. I want to thank those members of the Tree Advisory Committee for your work over the past year. I think that this council was wise to be very conservative and frugal when crafting this most recent budget. But as we look to the mid-year, if there are dollars available, I would like to ask that staff bring back a recommendation on a somewhat significant allocation so that we can begin purchasing additional trees and begin planting those throughout the city of Bakersfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. I'm going to take the chair's prerogative at this point and change up the order of our meeting again a bit. Our community deeply mourns the loss of former council member Irma Carson, who championed opportunity for all, served our city with relentless dedication. I know we have some family members here. She was a strong, courageous, and fierce advocate for the city of Bakersfield, Ward 1, and beyond. Ms. Carson gave voice and brought action to underrepresented communities. Her deep faith, her indomitable heart for the citizens of Bakersfield, and the myriad contributions inspire us to emulate her trailblazing service. Ms. Carson leaves a lasting legacy that will impact generations to come. Would you join us in viewing this video of photo memories? There is not enough that we can say or do that would adequately pay tribute to Ms. Carson. I know that many of us will be involved in the upcoming services on Friday and Saturday, and I'll have the privilege of speaking there. After our community pays tribute to Ms. Carson at the upcoming memorial services, at the appropriate time, certainly our city will seek input from our family, from our community members, to consider how we can create a fitting naming tribute in honor of the council member. We just so appreciate her and thank her for her dedicated service to our community family. We mourn with you. We thank you for the gift of your mom. Karen, thank you so much for sharing the gift of your mom with us, and to all of the other family members. Thank you very much. And I'd like to turn it over right now to our Vice Mayor for comments, and then I'll invite any other colleagues who wish to make comments to speak. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, to the family of Councilwoman Dr. Irma Carson, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today while you mourn, while you plan a funeral. You've joined us today so that we could be in the same space as you before the services and honor her from the dais. And I know you all have shared that you've sat in the same room so many times watching your matriarch on this dais. And I am so grateful that T introduced me to Dr. Carson when she was honored at Cal State Bakersfield, and I had the opportunity to personally thank her for being the first Black woman on this dais, the first woman of color, because simply put, I would not be up here in this chair if it wasn't for Dr. Carson coming before me. And without Councilmember Dr. Irma Carson, places of decision making, they don't get reshaped until they are changed by forces like Dr. Carson. So I too live within her legacy. And in the words of Pastor Mike Jenkins, this is a community matriarch that so many of our community leaders have been shaped by. T has shared, and so many others through the Ebony Counseling Center and our neighborhoods that were invested in, beyond creating institutions that shaped our community leaders that lead today. And so those are seeds that are planted by those who see into the future beyond further than we can even. And as the mayor shared, on behalf of the city council, we will very diligently make sure that in the coming months, the city council and the city work with the family as well as our community so that we can create a beloved legacy, whether it's in the form of naming a center for Dr. Irma Carson, one of the roads maybe that it was in the ward that she represented, or a building that is one of our city buildings so folks can see her name across those boards for time to come. And we just thank her for being the first so that so many of us could follow in her footsteps. And we commit to bringing this back in the spring of 2026. So thank you so much to the family for letting us join in honoring her enormous legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And other colleagues, anyone who would wish to offer comment? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I join my colleagues in just expressing deep condolences to the Carson family and want to thank you for being here and allowing us the opportunity and the privilege to honor Dr. Carson's legacy. It is moving to think about her history and her contributions in leadership to our city. I had an opportunity fairly recently in July to sit down, thanks to Pastor Jenkins, to sit down with Dr. Carson and have a long conversation and reminisce and also receive some words of wisdom. And that meant so much to me. In many parts of Ward 2 now were part of Ward 1, MLK Park, lots of parts of Union down to Brundage. And I reflect on my own life as a young man, as a high school student, watching the city council and watching all of the council members up here. And I just remember being in awe of Councilwoman Carson and how much she advocated and fought for her community, fought for Southeast Bakersfield with passion, oftentimes with many council members opposed to her. This idea of revitalization of some of our most disadvantaged neighborhoods, she was doing that work early on, 30 years ago. And we have a lot to thank her for. There are many projects today that our community enjoys, and without even thinking about, have benefited from because of Dr. Carson's work. Practical things like grocery stores in neighborhoods that were food deserts, parks that were falling apart, new apartment complexes when housing was limited, affordable housing. She fought for additional street lighting. She fought for economic development and jobs within the neighborhood. When so many people were looking towards the West and thinking about what they could build new, she was the advocate for the historic parts of our community, those areas that had been forgotten forever. And I always remember that. That means a lot. She inspired and shaped the way I choose to lead as a council member. So God bless Councilwoman Carson. Thank you for her. I know she's up in heaven looking down on us tonight. And I just want to thank her for her contributions of leadership to our city. She has made an impact that will echo through Southeast Bakersfield and throughout our city for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Anyone else at this point? No, for them later. I'm going to reserve my comments for Saturday. What I will say is that in 2007, Garden Pathways had the opportunity to honor Miss Irma as a woman with a heart for Bakersfield. And I think that description really is it. Woman with a heart for Bakersfield and beyond. She had a big, big heart. Family, thank you so much for being here. I know that you're not able to stay through the whole service, but I do plan to close the council meeting this evening in her memory, and we'll have a moment of silence at that point. God bless you all, and our hearts go out to you. Thank you so much for being here. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Mayor, we've received one speaker card regarding agenda item 7H1. Seth Hewitt.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Seth Hewitt, and during our last City Council meeting, we were voting on whether or not to allocate more resources to street repairs and road maintenance and additional resources to related equipment. And that's a great thing. I'm very grateful y'all passed that with no problems. Our city definitely appreciates public administrators who care about our roads. And it appears today as well, we're going to be likely accepting a bid of about $600,000 for street improvements on Stein Road and McKee Road. Again, I really hope this passes. This is going to be great. And last meeting, I wanted to capitalize on that opportunity to pitch a municipal transport authority. I'm a public administration student, so this is something that I've been looking into on how do we generate external revenues that can kind of offset that burden that our city as well as our taxpayers face when it comes to something like street improvements. But I was a little naive and a little too excited, and I made a terrible slip when I pitched this originally. Now, the way that a municipal transport authority generates revenues is to charge, and I gave a little spitball of about 8 cents per mile on these heavy freighters that are using our designated freight corridors. And even with that very modest tax, we could generate several $1 million. Now, a couple weeks ago when I pitched this, I said 8 cents per gallon. What does that even mean? 8 cents per gallon of gas? It was terrible. And so I wanted to clear the record today. And again, since we are talking about more road maintenance, really just pitch this idea to you of a municipal transport authority. It's totally feasible. It's doable. They already have their own existing telematic systems to where they know how much their freighters are carrying, where they're going, how far they're traveling in our city. It's just a great way for us to be able to collect those revenues, again, without really having to dip into either the general fund, and I know there's a fund associated with transportation in our city, but again, I don't think it's the residents that are driving their Kia Optimas that are doing this damage. It's a lot of these heavy freighters, and that's an industry that we love here in our city, these distribution networks, but it'd be great if they could pay their fair share and help us take care of the city we love. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Hewitt. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, will also have public statements now listed on the agenda. If you're here to speak on appointments item 6A or items listed under consent calendar item 7, your time to speak is now. Again, each speaker will be given a 2-minute time limit, and each agenda item is limited to 20 minutes total. The consent calendar as a whole constitutes one agenda item. If you're here to speak on reports item 10A, now is not the time to speak. You'll be given an opportunity to speak when that item is called later in the meeting. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding appointments item 6A or items listed under consent calendar item 7?
Mayor Go, we have not received any additional speaker cards.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Appointments, item 6A, appointments to the Keep Bakersfield Beautiful Committee, multiple wards. Applications for appointment have been received from Hovik Badurian, Jesse Dhaliwal, Nayeli Franco, Harvid Singh Grewal, Albert Eugene Johnson III, Jenny Annette Curdy, Daniel C. Nolan, Lindsay Parker, Sandy Turner, and James Howard Wheeler.
Thank you. These appointments are by council member. Therefore, I'm going to call on Vice Mayor Corr and then Vice Mayor Arias to share their alternate Keep Bakersfield Beautiful committee member nominations. Vice Mayor Corr.
Thank you, Mayor. Today I'm honored to appoint to the Keep Bakersfield Beautiful Committee Harvin Singh Gariwal for Ward 7. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Arias, your nominee.
Thank you, Mayor. Per many recommendations of this individual, it's my honor to nominate Mr. Albert Eugene Johnson III to be the Ward 1 alternate on the KBB committee.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Vice Mayor, the motion, please.
Motion to appoint Harvin Singh Gariwal and Albert Eugene Johnson III to the Keep Bakersfield Beautiful Committee.
Thank you. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Gonzalez and Weir absent.
Thank you. And to Harvin and Al, thank you so much for your willingness to serve. This is a work committee. It requires a lot of effort early on Saturdays, sometimes in the rain, picking up, keeping our community beautiful. So thank you for your willingness to serve. And now, colleagues, I haven't received any requests for recusals or for items to be pulled from the consent calendar. So, Vice Mayor?
Motion to approve consent calendar.
Oh, thank you. Can we read the consent calendar, please, particularly 7E?
Consent calendar items 7A through 7J for approval. A staff memorandum was provided correcting the title of 7C2 to indicate that it is the first reading of an ordinance and not the adoption. Also, please note that item 7E1 contains a staff recommendation to adopt resolutions approving salaries and benefits for specified units.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam City Attorney, for keeping us on the straight and narrow. We really appreciate you. You don't know how much this woman has done for us. Thank you so much, Ginny. Appreciate it. All right, back to you, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve consent calendar items 7A through 7J.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Weir absent.
Thank you. And now, next item, please, Madam City Clerk.
Reports item 10A, report on agreement 2021-142 with Union Pacific Railroad Company to lease Sumner Station.
Thank you. City Manager Clegg.
Yeah, I think Mayor and Council, a couple different staff members will walk through some slides on this topic. This is a referral made at our last meeting to bring this topic up for an update. And today, big picture, going back several years, we had a referral from Council to look at this property, to work with Union Pacific Railroad to establish a maintenance agreement with them to preserve the building and to explore, redevelopment opportunities into the future. And sort of to go through just some of the, property information and details, as well as kind of where we're at and where we've been headed. I'll ask Jason Cater to first speak to this, and Gary Helen will also help us with the presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Cater.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. As City Manager Clegg mentioned, Jason Cater, work in the Economic and Community Development Department as one of the department managers, and happy to be here tonight and provide tonight's update. So as City Manager Clegg kind of teed up, we'll start with high level tonight, kind of why we're here. We're here for an update on the lease maintenance agreement for the Sumner Station Depot that is in Old Town Kern. Just some background for context setting. This property is currently owned by the Union Pacific Railroad. It was constructed in 1889 as a passenger rail. In recent years was used for offices, and in 2021 was slated for demolition as the UP office administration had moved sort of east to a new facility. As part of that, we heard from the community and from the council that your council at the time wanted to preserve the structure. In exchange for that, working with Union Pacific in June of 2021 to authorize a lease for the property so that the city would maintain the property in exchange for looking for other opportunities to explore adaptive reuse options on that site. The current property we have under lease is about 24,500 square feet of a historic structure. You can see here it's a two-story building, about two different wings that functioned as historic parts of the structure. In general, we're looking at an area under lease of about an acre with an interest in about a 2.5 acre section that could be used for the structure, as well as some area to the east that's currently underutilized. So since that time, it's 2021, we're coming back here for a report. What has staff been focusing on? So just a few of the items that we've been working on. First, security and stabilization of the structure. So part of the agreement with UP was the city would work on maintenance and security to ensure the property stayed in good condition. Our staff has Teltech Services providing 24/7 coverage through a series of cameras, sensors, different perimeter gates. If there's a disturbance on site, we get a call for notification. We have camera access. If there's something that looks like a break-in, we can call for PPD services to respond. In addition to that, we also have a code officer who works in the region who provides about 1 to 2 drive-bys a week to ensure that there's nothing that our systems have missed in terms of potential break-ins. And then once a month, we have an on-site inspection to walk through the actual property to check the interior condition. During this time, we have engaged the lab, which is code for Little American Business. So they are the group who invested in the Anaheim packing house. It was a readaptation of an old orange packing house in Anaheim. If you know Anaheim's history, big Orange Grove community. This was a facility that community had a real connection and commitment to. They preserved it. They kind of converted it into this public market space, multi-use tenant. More recently, they've also completed a project in Riverside looking at an old motel conversion there, the Farmhouse, I believe is the name of it, where they took an old 1950s roadside motel and converted it into the same thing, a mixed multi-tenant facility. So they've done some renderings and some concept work for the site. We've also prepared a prospectus looking at some of the market conditions and some of the opportunities for advertisement. We've engaged 3 developers on the prospects of redeveloping the site, again, the lab being one of them, 2 other investor groups who have had interest. We've continued to evaluate some of the site constraints and market conditions. I believe Assistant City Manager will talk a little more to some of those analyses. In addition to that, as a part of the council's referral in fiscal year 23-24, we leveraged the Old Town Kern Community Visioning Plan process to kind of look at what the area around the site could be, using this as sort of a platform for investment in Old Town Kern. So we mentioned the Old Town Kern Vision Plan. That process began in 2024 and wrapped up this last fall, which is basically a high-level assessment of about a half a square mile area bounded by Truxton, Beale, 178, and Union to kind of look at different ways to kind of bring back one of our historic neighborhoods that has a lot of history and character, and seeing where this site, among others, could play in that area's reinvestment. A lot of the members of the community were involved in this process, and what we've seen through that is that there is a lot of interest in historic reinvestment in assets for this area. So Old Town Kern specifically has a lot of old restaurants, character, feel, and people felt like this was something they wanted to see investments in this area. A focus on walkability, placemaking, again, kind of building that unique sense of place in Old Town was the focus of the plan. We saw calls for support for local businesses, as well as leveraging arts and creative spaces to kind of create a unique feature and assets in Old Town Kern. We looked at public realm improvements along Sumner Street and Baker as part of how do we mix this into the community, looking at adaptive reuse as catalytic opportunities for private investment, again, the Sumner Station being one of those options, and looked at a series of ways we can try to bring in improvements around the Baker Street crossing and alternatives for what that could look like. When we looked at the Sumner Station as part of that plan, really what we saw was that Sumner Depot was really envisioned as sort of an anchor for Old Town Kern. It really sits at the center of this planning area and really has a focal point of connecting sort of the north side of the tracks with the south side of the tracks. And so we really saw this as something that was sort of integral to that planning process. We looked at the potential to activate the street with pedestrian-oriented uses. As you can see here, some of the rendering concepts from the labs showing some of the landscaping processes. Also looking at some of the treatment options we could use for Baker as it approaches that crossing there. We looked at opportunities for outdoor gathering, art and small-scale programming, as well as ways to strengthen neighborhood identity, looking at the site constraints. So a lot of this identity really came down from the community's perspective, looking at Sumner Depot and what it meant for Old Town Kern. I think with that, I'm going to pass the mic to our Assistant City Manager to talk about where we are today.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks, Council. Just really quickly, this is a redevelopment site, as City Manager Clegg talked about. I'm a student of redevelopment. I love redevelopment projects. What you need in redevelopment is 3 solid legs of the stool. You have to have a good site, and if you're not the property owner, you have to have an agreeable, workable property owner. That's the property owner, and the market conditions have to be right. That's how redevelopment occurs. So because this is a great site, as Jason talked about, it's right in the heart of Old Town Kern. Do we have those other 2 set of conditions? Is the property owner, who is UP, are they agreeable? Are they workable? And what I'll share is it's been difficult, just to say a real brief comment there. We have tried to work with UP on what does that redevelopment look like. We've tried to work on a long-term plan. Can we get into a long-term ground lease? Part of the leverage that UP has is they are the property owner, they own this site, and they also would like to see something happen to the treatment along Baker and Sumner, that crossing. So some of our efforts have been along those lines of what could we do at that crossing. That crossing is a concern for UP. It's a concern for us. So some of the other concerns that we're trying to work through on this project is there's a lot of maintenance on that site. In the admin report talked about there's been $140,000 of maintenance. That's fencing, that's security cameras, just trying to make the site more sustainable so that there's less damage long term. It does take a lot of staff time. Jason talked about there's code staff time, there's PD staff time, but that's what you do on a site that you're trying to protect. We provided some of the plans to UP to try to encourage them to come along with us, and we've given them traffic studies, other crossing treatments to help ease some of those concerns. We've not been able to make great progress. We've recently brought on a consultant that has UP history, so they've been employees at UP to help us be what we call our UP whisperer to see if we can make some progress there. It's slow going, but they have been able to get into spaces we've not been able to get to. They've been able to talk to UP's real estate division to help us get to the table there. That's our next play on this project, is to try to get in and talk to the real estate division at UP. So with that, leads us to the options that are before you today, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hallen. City Manager Clegg, any further comments before we go to the public?
Thank you, Mayor. No.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, any requests to speak? I believe we do have some. Would you call them, please?
Mayor Go, I did want to announce that we did provide a staff memorandum transmitting correspondence from the Historic Preservation Commission. The first speaker is Stephen Montgomery, followed by Jonathan Yates.
Thank you.
Good
Welcome,
evening,
Mr. Montgomery.
Mayor Go, members of council. I'm Stephen Montgomery, the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. Years ago, when discussing a preservation matter with a state officer, I recall his comment as we don't hear much from Bakersfield very often. This is telling about how many of our in our community view our historic built heritage. As it is, we've lost much of our which should have been kept. This partly because of two earthquakes of 1952 and perhaps just plain lack of appreciation for a serious period design. In the day, these buildings were built with consideration for heavy rail equipment passing nearby, such as large steam locomotives, which weigh up to about 400 tons. Today, diesel to electric units typically weigh between 150 to 200 tons, but the obvious means that they pass by, there's more opportunity for a vibration. But a retired building and bridges engineer told me that when they could continue to draw and do their drafting while trains passed by without any disturbance to their work. That was how stable the building was. Here we are considering an ongoing maintenance lease that protects this solid building. It's a serious work of architecture that does need have uncovering of that ill-considered 1941 facade improvement that was done. This leaves the that lease that the protection it offers, that is in keeping badly behaving people at bay, is critical. Not that long ago, the monitored security system revealed on camera some miscreant setting a gasoline-fed fire in the breezeway. Firefighters, given prompt notice, were able to quickly respond before it destroyed anything beyond the baggage room door. Unfortunately, we're faced with a number of challenges, particularly the Union Pacific Railroad that hasn't been very cooperative in this.
Mr. Montgomery, your time is up. Would you bring your comments to a close? Go ahead and
So yes,
wrap that
protecting the building while looking for productive occupants to make good use of it takes time, but considering the outcome, we recommend leaving the contract in place. It's well worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Next speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
Jonathan Yates, followed by Catalina Maldonado.
Welcome, Mr. Yates.
Mayor and council members, I want to speak today about the Sumner Depot, not just as a historic building, but as part of a much bigger picture about Bakersfield's economic future and identity. Strong cities have strong downtowns. When the urban core thrives, it benefits the entire region, not one ward over another, not one neighborhood at the expense of others. A healthy downtown creates jobs, attracts investment, supports small businesses, and gives the whole city a sense of pride and identity that you can never replicate with sprawl alone. Old Town Kern is part of our historic urban core and is essentially Bakersfield's second Main Street. Investing in Old Town Kern and preserving the Sumner Depot is not about favoring one part of Bakersfield. It's about investing in the shared heart of the city. When people visit Bakersfield or when young people decide whether to stay or move away, they don't judge us by our cul-de-sacs. They judge us by whether we have a place that feels distinctly Bakersfield. The Sumner Depot is one of very few remaining buildings that tells our story, our railroad history, our growth as a city, and the roots of Old Town Kern. Because of the 1952 earthquake, we've already lost so much of our historic fabric. Continuing to erase what remains weakens our identity at a time when cities are competing for talent, tourism, and economic relevance. This building is not a liability, it's an opportunity. Across California, historic depots have been adaptively reused into cafes, event spaces, visitor centers, and small business hubs that activate downtowns and catalyze reinvestment. That kind of activation doesn't just help downtown, it lifts the city's brand as a whole. Even if it takes 10 more years of this Union Pacific lease and paying for securing the depot in order to find the right partner to bring the station to life, that would be a worthwhile investment, even in the world of constrained budgets and difficult financial trade-offs. If Bakersfield's urban core can thrive again, it rebrands the entire city. It tells a story that we are proud of who we are, where we came from, and where we are going. Distinctly Bakersfield, not anywhere else. I urge you to keep the lease in place and pursue adaptive reuse. This is an investment in our shared future, not just a building.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Next speaker, please.
Catalina Maldonado, followed by Empress Noncicalelo.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm here to speak on tonight's agenda item regarding the lease and future of the Sumner Street train station. I want to be clear from the start. The Sumner Street station should remain standing and should not be demolished or lose its historic character. As you consider the lease, I urge you to protect this landmark and ensure its future use honors its history and elevates the surrounding neighborhood. Sumner, now known as Old Town Kern, is where Bakersfield began. Founded in late 1880s around the railroad, this was the city's original urban core, built by working families, Dust Bowl migrants from Oklahoma, Mexican families, Chinese railroad workers, and small business owners. This was a place people came to build lives. You can still see the history today in landmarks like the Granada Theater. Here is the reality that we must be honest about. People do not want to invest here because it does not feel safe or stable. We cannot restore buildings while allowing people to deteriorate on the streets, and we cannot revive this area without clear standards for the businesses that we allow to operate here. Allowing untreated mental illness and open drug use in public spaces is not compassion. Many individuals cannot self-advocate and need treatment, structure, and, whenever appropriate, conservatorship, not permanent life on the street. Old Town Kern deserves business standards, businesses that elevate the area, not contribute to its decline. We already know what works. Luigi's has stood the test of time. Narducci's is gone now, but it represents the kind of restaurant that belonged there and should return as we revive Sumner and Baker. I hope the city will consider targeted grants or incentives to support that kind of investment. Here is the vision for the Sumner Street station, at least mine.
Ms. Maldonado, your time is up. Can you bring your comments to a close?
Thank you so much.
Do another sentence or two.
Well, I don't want for the future of Old Town Kern to continue in the trajectory that it has gone down. I'd like to see it elevated.
Thank you, Ms. Maldonado. Next speaker, please.
Empress Noncicalelo, followed by Mike McCoy.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I am Empress Noncicalelo. Preserving a legacy landmark. On Friday, we will celebrate the legacy of Irma Carson, the first Black city councilwoman for her tireless work in Ward 1, aka the Southeast, one of the most underserved, underfunded, and neglected areas of our city. In the early 90s, Ms. Carson would ask me to make presentations before the council to support sorely needed work and changes. She was often successful. But alas, the needs were many and the resources were not freely given to an area with a population of people of color and relegated to the lower socioeconomic level. Today, due to city administrative changes and the valiant efforts of City Manager Christian Clegg and First Black Assistant Manager Rick Anthony, Jason Cater, city staff, and City Councilman Andre Gonzalez, the Southeast continues to have sincere, strong representation. Those who truly believe that all areas of the city should have services and amenities that promote a sense of pride in its residents. Areas like Old Town Kern, home of the Santa Fe train depot, an area that was once a thriving hub with shops, restaurants, businesses, and homes. The Santa Fe train depot provided jobs for many, like my Uncle Leroy, a Southeast resident who walked for more than 30 years to this place, all the while suffering from acute asthma, a job that produced income for purchasing a new home in the area. City Councilman Gonzalez has been working diligently to bring the area back to its former days of glory and more, with a plan to revitalize the depot with shops,
Ms. Empress.
businesses, restaurants,
Ms.
jobs.
Empress, your time is up. Would you bring your comments to a close? Go ahead and add a couple more sentences if you'd like.
Don't demolish the site. Demolish mindsets that think it is easier to keep building new areas and not fix the old. Don't demolish the site. Demolish mindsets that can only measure how well they are doing by how poorly others are faring.
Thanks,
Don't
Ms.
demolish this last one. Don't demolish the site. Demolish mindsets that destroy hope for equality of services for all of the city's residents. Let's keep hope alive, stated Jesse Jackson. And in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the time is always right to do what's right.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Mike McCoy.
Thank you. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Mike McCoy. I serve on the Historic Preservation Commission for the city. I'm a resident of the city, and I also have the great honor of being the executive director of the Kern County Museum. Obviously, just because of my background and my interests, everybody thinks I'm just a hard-boiled preservationist. I am not. I'm a pragmatist. I was a public school superintendent, a state director in state government for a number of years in Sacramento. So I know how money works and how things get supported or not supported. I want to say right now, I want to thank city staff and thank city council for keeping this project at least breathing and on the operating table, city staff especially. But I do think that it's misguided to look at private investment in that site. I've done similar, what I call white elephant projects in other communities, and what I found was co-working situations with nonprofits is a better way to go. You have better opportunities for receptions of grants and also funding. At our museum, for example, I've been there 8 years. We've done 60 restoration projects, $7 million in private funding over the last 8 years, so it is possible. For models and the proposal I sent out at the city of Ogden, Utah, has a union station, and they have done that project, and it's beautiful. The one thing I would invite you to do is you leave tonight, drive 2 blocks to the west. There's a beautiful parking lot there, and 40 years ago, that was a beautiful train depot called the Santa Fe Station. There was a Harvey House restaurant in there, and now it is a vacant lot, and that will show you what happens when you demolish historic structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers on this topic?
Mayor Go, that was our final speaker.
Thank you. We'll now go to Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you bringing this back to us for comment and action. It doesn't really matter if I say I love history because people aren't going to agree with my vote and what I'm going to do anyway. But I love history and I love Bakersfield. I was born here. I appreciate that. We're 5 years into this lease. The city is not demolishing that. Union Pacific owns the property. We just have had a lease for 5 years. It's an extreme liability from a business owner, a business person. It puts our city in a really tough spot. It's going to be very expensive to see it to come to fruition. And I just, our city has a lot of more pressing issues that affect our entire community to allocate money and resources to, like infrastructure, sewage, roads, that kind of stuff. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to terminate the lease with Union Pacific.
Thank you, Councilmember Bashir Tosh. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the speakers tonight and making a lot of the points that I was prepared to make tonight. But thank you so much for being here and showing up. It means so much to all of East Bakersfield. I also want to thank staff for their work throughout the years in maintaining the site. They have done a tremendous job preserving this structure, and I just want to thank you for that. I want to share with you just a little bit. This project is really close to home to me because I was, born and raised in East Bakersfield. I was an altar boy at St. Joseph's Parish, actually, at 1515 Baker Street. And every Sunday after church, 11 a.m. Mass, we would drive down Baker Street and go to my grandmother's house at 606 Dolores. And so we would pass the Sumner Depot every Sunday. And oftentimes just throughout the week, would see that depot. And I always imagined what this site could be. But my story is not unique. There are tens of thousands of people throughout our community, throughout the decades, who have an experience with this building. And that's what built environments do. They create experiences for us as human beings. They give us hope. They inspire. And they create a sense of a place, of distinction, of uniqueness. There's nowhere else in America that has a Sumner Depot. 1898, built in 1898, Richardsonian Romanesque architecture. It's a very unique structure. And once we lose it, it's gone forever. And Mr. Montgomery mentioned that we've lost many historic structures over the years. He's right. 1952 earthquake, we lost several structures. And ever since then, it's been decisions that have been made that have destroyed many of our historic sites. It doesn't have to be that way. I've visited so many other cities, even in the Central Valley, where communities have taken a different route, where they saw these old historic structures not as a liability. They saw them as assets, as places to invest in. And it is so frustrating because since I was a little boy, I've only witnessed a steady decline of East Bakersfield, of Old Town Kern. You know, in the 90s, they got rid of International Park, right there adjacent to the rail line. And for what? It did not address the homelessness problem that they were trying to resolve. But they got rid of it. And ever since then, there's been a steady disinvestment of the neighborhood. It's been a constant pattern of neglect and dismissiveness of East Bakersfield. And it's decisions that have been made at this council that have contributed to that. And so we talk about the pressing concerns, and I get it. Homelessness is the number one issue. There's safety concerns. I get it. I was out there last night at 11:30 p.m. at night, by the way. And because of a lot of the work that we're doing regarding outreach work, those streets were vacant. I was out there for an hour at 11:30 to around 12:30, taking photos and just experiencing the neighborhood. We still have a lot more work to do, don't get me wrong. But we can't simply and easily just write off the best opportunity that we have to revitalize Old Town Kern, to reinvest in Old Town Kern. We're talking about an asset, a historic asset, but it's not just about preserving history. It's also about creating an economic catalyst, an anchor, so that we can spur future economic growth throughout Baker Street. That's what the Old Town Kern Vision Plan had concluded, a community-wide effort that we spent over a year developing. And so, you know, a vision idea and a book that has a bunch of pretty pictures is one thing. But the hard work comes when it's about making a commitment and doing the work day in and day out to make that vision a reality. And that, I hope, is what this council will see our charge is to do. East Bakersfield is suffering. We've had a lot of disinvestment. We've seen a decline. And many of us have been working and fighting to see some improvements and investment over the years. And there are things happening. But we cannot let go of this depot. We cannot let go of this depot. It is our asset, and it is our opportunity to see future development. And we have to remain clear-eyed. We have to have the vision. We have to have the commitment. We have to have the faith and the will to see it through. So my hope is that we can continue the leasing agreement. I do understand it's a fair question to ask ourselves about how long should we continue that agreement. And I get it. That is a fair question to ask. And I respect my colleagues for asking it. It's a responsible question to ask. But I think that given my interactions with Union Pacific and knowing where we are in negotiations and how long it's taken, I feel like we just need a little bit more time so that we can find a solution so that we can preserve the depot and we can limit or eliminate the liability on the city, and then we can move forward for the betterment of Old Town Kern and the east side.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers who bring forward their concerns for this item and their passion towards seeing revitalization and the preservation of a transportation hub for so many residents throughout the generations of Kern County and the city of Bakersfield. As a student of urban planning, I of course love revitalization, and exploring this was exciting. And I thank you also, Mike McCoy, for mentioning Harvey House. I very much adore the Harvey House in Madison, Wisconsin, and would go often. And it's very treasured in the community, and also has my favorite Pavlov. So if you ever find yourself in Madison, go to Harvey House there as well. Just because this decision for the lease was made before I was on the city council, I have a few questions probably for Gary, Jason, and or Christian, whoever can help with these. In your presentation, Jason, you said that there have been efforts that have mostly gone into securing and stabilizing the structure. What specific efforts have gone into stabilizing this building?
I'll answer that. So the fencing project was probably the largest project, and that's more defensive, not necessarily stabilizing. In terms of like seismic, let me ask you a question. Is that seismic stabilizing? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like the integrity of the building itself. When we say stabilizing, or when you say stabilizing, what do you mean? What have we done so far, and what do we hope to do next? Or is that something we're hoping the developer to do?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Court, so in that term, really the stabilization is more about security. Obviously, as was mentioned, this is an area that has some challenges with break-ins. So really what we've done when we acquired the property, we secured the doors, the windows, we contracted with Teltex Services to provide 24/7 coverage. I can tell you as one of the few staff that get the calls, if there is someone that knocks out a window at whatever hour it is, we get the call. And if it's suspicious, we call PD. We've also, as Assistant City Manager Hallen mentioned, we did secure an area that was being a challenge early on in the lease with the wrought iron fencing, so that kind of stopped the flow of people from the street side into the property. So we've invested over time in security, as well as some security and staff to make sure that the site is secure. If someone does get in, that we have an immediate response to get out and clear the trespassing.
Okay. Just having seen the types of trains and what kind of moves through this area, and it mostly being cargo and oil tankers, when do we know specifically, like at what point in history did it switch from being passenger trains to being oil tankers and cargo?
1975, I believe.
1975. Okay, so for within contemporary history, it's been mostly that. I'm curious with when you all had the conversation with the consultants who created these renderings, was there a discussion on the proximity of the actual tracks and those oil tankers moving so closely to the building itself? And what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to imagine the site, where the building is, where the rail, how close the rail actually is, and if an oil tanker is coming through, how we would secure and make sure folks feel safe on the site itself if there's like outdoor patio and that sort of thing. Is that part of the renderings and design, and is that available to see?
Yeah, we for sure can send you the lab's more in-depth drawings of what they're contemplating, what they're proposing. They have built, and Jason referred to a little bit, they have built sites that are close to rail that have rail adjacencies. So some of their treatments they have that are adjacent to the rail tries to do more buffer. But you've been out there, you're right next to the tracks. Like it's very, very, very close. I want to say within 10 feet, 10, 15 feet within the rail. So you can only do so much with some of those screenings and buffers to try to prevent some of that noise, rustling from occurring. But they do have some drawings that try to address that. We can send those to you.
Is there experience in working with revitalizing spaces that are close to passenger train tracks, or is it like us, where we're in a predicament of it being cargo and oil?
I mean, we could ask them that question on where they're, because I think their Riverside location was closest to rail, but I also want to say that some of their the Costa Mesa might also have some rail adjacencies. So we can ask them what was that rail load? Was it passenger? Was it freight? And how did they deal with that?
Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious to see what that would look like. There was a mention of the Union Pacific consultants for this predicament that we're in. Could you share a little bit more about what they are recommending, or, I mean, even in kind of the previous example of the integrity of the structure in proximity to the type of rail, or even just working with Union Pacific? And could you share a little bit with the community how challenging that relationship may be?
We don't have that much time, but I'll it's been, I mean, you can tell we've been working on this for a number of years. And maybe to make a differential, we've actually hired engineers to do traffic studies and to work with the UP engineers. So we're trying to segment this to say, okay, some of these concerns that UP's bringing up are traffic related because of the treatment at the rail crossing. So we're going to hire some consultants to help us on the engineering side. This latest round of consultants is how do we get through. I mean, UP is a much larger organization than anything that I've ever. I mean, it's like the federal government basically. So there's so many different departments and sign-offs that need to occur. We just needed help kind of getting through all of those hoops, and so that's the latest round of UP consultants that are helping us target. Okay, we've talked to the UP engineers, we've talked to some others that are in the local Central Valley UP offices. We now need to talk to their real estate folks and kind of make some progress there on the real estate side. So it's trying to make a collective approach to address some of the UP's concerns. So it's more of how do we get make better progress with UP. That's our latest UP consultants.
What? Okay. And with the concern with specifically closing the railroad crossing, do we have an estimate as to what that costs those who are developing this project? Or is that something we do as a city, or is it, how are we suggesting that? Is that like absolutely a part of this project revitalization? Could you clarify that?
Sure. So I'll approach that question in a different way. We don't like to disconnect communities, right? I think there are grants that cities go after where either a rail or a highway or a freeway has disconnected parts of a community, and you can enter into a grant that actually removes that barrier that disconnects the community. So a closure, in our mind, disconnects these two sides of Old Town Kern. So our proposal is to try to not have a closure. UP's proposal is they want to close it. So this has been kind of our how do we thread that needle to overcome that issue? If we don't want to have a disconnected community on both sides, on the north side and the south side of the track, how do we work through that with them? That's why additional traffic studies were done, additional data was provided to them on the number of trips that people would be making to this potentially improved site. And so some of the treatments that we, which were very conceptual, that were worked on during the visioning process and were presented to the community, we also sent those to UP to have them, what do you think? Give us your ideas on this. And so we've not made any progress with them on that topic.
So within kind of revitalizing this building and developing Sumner Station, the Union Pacific has asked that there be a closure of that railroad crossing, correct?
Correct.
And that is usually in the form of like a pedestrian pathway to cross over to keep those two communities connected.
That is one option,
Okay.
is to build a pedestrian bridge. Yeah.
What is there a different option as well?
But you could build an undercrossing.
Okay.
So you could close it at grade and then have an undercrossing.
How do those, do we have estimates as to the cost of either one of those? And back to my original question related to cost, is that something the city incurs, or is that something we are asking the investor / developer to take on?
I think that would make this project infeasible, to be honest with you. I think that makes this project go from, just to redevelop the site somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 million based on the set of plans that we have, to an undercrossing that brings it up to an additional $30 million. So it's a $40 million project. Then I don't think a developer would take that on. Are there grants you could go after? Yes, but there's also matching that's required. So there's still a high level of investment that would need to happen. And it's grants that only a city would be able to go after. Right?
And that's a condition Union Pacific has for us
Their current
revitalizing.
position.
That's their current position.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification on that. There, within the information that Mike McCoy provided us, there's one idea that I was curious about, which is the long-term lease idea, a long-term lease or gift of building, or the gift of building to a local nonprofit or city of Bakersfield by Union Pacific with a minimum of a 45-year lease. Have we had any conversation that mirrors something like this?
We would love a long-term 45-year lease if Union Pacific would grant it. One of our first talking points with UP is if this was a $10 million investment from either investor, the city, or a combination thereof, we would want a 50-year lease. That was our starting point, and we got laughed at. UP was like, "How about 5?" That was their counter to our 50-year lease, and so this is part of that struggle of where we need them to kind of meet us in the middle somewhere, because if you're investing that much, we need a much longer term ground lease. And we like the idea of having local nonprofits be in some of these offices. We think a mixed use is what works there. Having some restaurants, some art galleries, some office, some nonprofits, we think that would be a great mix of uses in that space.
Yeah, I agree. Is that something that can be taken back to these UP consultants you've referenced?
For sure.
And I would say my final question, well, actually I have one more before my final question. There's a lot next to this property that's owned by Union Pacific, correct?
Correct.
If so, in the scenario that we do revitalize Sumner Station, what does Union Pacific plan to do with that lot? Is that a part of this? Is it separate? Could you help me understand if there's been conversation about that lot next to the Sumner Station itself?
So there's on the east side of Sumner, they own that parcel, which we're actually including as part of this footprint because as a planner, where you're going to park people that want to flock to this site. So we would propose to also ground lease that area to the west to park it. I believe your question, though, is what is UP's plans if nothing occurs on Sumner? We've not had those discussions, but we certainly can add that to the list of talking points that we have with UP if this doesn't move forward, what are your intended? I think that was your question, right?
Yeah, my question was if we build or if they demolish, what happens with the entire land? Does it, if this building is demolished, does it also become what the next door lot looks like currently? And that's concerning. If we build, what happens with that lot, and are they receptive to that lot being incorporated into whatever the developer has in mind?
Yeah. So, Vice Mayor, I would say, and I think Councilor Gonzalez, I think you'd like to comment on this, but so back to 2021, when they were going to demolish the property, the station was their offices at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They've now moved about 3/4 of a mile east.
Right.
And so they still own that property, but I think to what you see today, again, we can have the conversation, but this sort of the challenges that are happening on that property in terms of some of the encampments and the litter, their focus for office and maintenance is really now a half mile to the east. And so I don't think we've heard of any specific plans for that site for development. So I would hypothesize at this point it would probably stay vacant, similar to what you see there. And the staff's focus is really down where the loading is, about a quarter, half mile east of the property.
Okay, I have one last question. And you had mentioned that there's conversations with Lab regarding investing, and there's 3 potential investors. What does that look like today that we're able to communicate to the community as to if there's a timeline, what do conversations look like in this moment that can really communicate some sort of hope or some sort of vision, something to expect from this if there are conversations with 3 potential investors? What are those conversations like? How far are those? Is there a timeline that can be expected? And if there's challenges, what are those?
I'll just say in our work with the lab, we've not talked about what their investment level would be. In our talks with other investors, it was more they had some general interest, but they never really gave us kind of a financing plan of, hey, if you can get this resolved with UP, we'll invest X, Y, and Z in this time frame. So I think in our mind, we needed to get the UP concerns resolved before we could really generate a good timeline. And I know that's very linear, right? Normally you just do everything all at once, but in our conversations with Lab on how some of their other projects have worked, they're like, yes, you need to get some certainty because investors want certainty, right? They don't want to know, well, okay, is it or isn't it? What's UP's decision? And so we want to get that certainty so the investor can then have that firm commitment on timeline.
If I may, Vice Mayor, I just want to make a little bit of a finer point on that last response, which is accurate. But I want to make sure it's clear that we reported that we had in the total efforts we've talked to 2 potential investors, but currently we're not in ongoing conversations with any investors. Sort of those conversations ran their course, and absent again a more clear path, we don't really have investors sort of waiting in the wings on this project right now, to be clear.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we go to Councilmember Coleman, Councilmember Gonzalez, if you want to answer the one question about the lot, and then we'll come back to you after Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate that. And Vice Mayor, thank you so much for that question because that was a really keen question. The property. I've been in a lot of these conversations myself. In the initial conversation from Union Pacific was that once the property is demolished, their only intent is to keep that property clear. And not to develop it, but just to keep it clear. Their main focus is just to move freight through Old Town Kern. And so, I just want to make one other point. There was a mention of encampments. The encampments actually have all formed, and the problems have all formed on the property, the vacant property, that's actually the responsibility of Union Pacific, not the area that is the responsibility of the city. I think that's an important point. If we see this lot demolished, or this property demolished, I think we're only inviting more encampments. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to first say that I think it's important that we support council members on projects they're trying to do in their ward, and I appreciate the efforts made by Councilmember Gonzalez on this project. But we have supported this project for the last 5 years. And let's be clear, there are no investor developers after 5 years. There's no investor developers waiting to spend money on this project. There's no agreement for a long-term lease. We've been working on it for 5 years. Mike McCoy mentioned the Union Pacific in Ogden, Utah. Well, I looked into that. Union Pacific gave the city of Ogden, Utah, that building in the 1970s and gave them a 50-year lease. And in 2024, the lease expired, or it's going to expire in 27. So the city is like, what are we going to do now? The lease expires in a couple of years, actually next year. And so they just, last year, 2024, spent $6 million to acquire that land. So here, 50 years later, the current council is faced with, what do we do now, and wind up spending another $6 million. And so we need to be thinking about what these long-term leases mean to us. I wanted to say that the staff, since 2021, we spent the $140,000, what the staff report says. But the staff report does not list all of the staff time expenses associated with this building. Code enforcement going out there, staff going out there for various things. BPD is out there on an average of 10 times a month for the last 5 years, probably more than that. So it's not the $140,000. There's a lot of other costs associated with that. That staff report also talks about $5 to $8 million renovation, but really, this thing's, we've had estimates as much as $20 million rather, to renovate this building. And it's probably, by the time we get around to it, it's going to be $30 million. And the city doesn't have those resources. And we're going to have to try to invest resources in trying to find somebody else to invest resources in this. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the condition of this building. I mean, we took a lease that inherited basically all the liability for this building. We totally indemnified the Union Pacific Railway. So if somebody gets hurt there, or if that building burns down or whatever, we could be liable to Union Pacific for this building. And so that concerns me. In addition to the condition of this building, I think we all imagine there's some grand hall in here that we're going to be able to renovate. It's going to be this great thing. And that doesn't exist in this building. These are two buildings that were put up strictly to move people in, move people out. And so there was no, you talk about architectural significance. One building has one architectural style, and the other building has a different architectural style. So there are a lot of things going on here that are things that an ordinary investor wouldn't want to take on. And I don't know why the city should take it on. There's been some mention of the Old Town Current Vision Plan. That plan, I've seen that plan. I'm not 100% certain that it's been totally vetted yet and that it's been adopted by the council. I don't recall. But there are some good things in that vision plan, and there's some bad things in that vision plan. The plan is really unclear about the Sumner Depot. It's been said that, the Sumner Depot is an anchor for that development plan. And let me back up to say that I've been involved in redevelopment in the city for a long time. I served on the redevelopment agency back in the early 2000s, and so I am passionate about redevelopment. I'm just concerned that under today's times, this is a very bad deal for the city. Getting back to the visioning plan, it doesn't really talk about what Sumner's Depot's role is in that. They do talk about a gateway or entry district that would be Truxton, Baker area. They talk about the restaurant row, an arts district, an entertainment district. I really believe that the future for that area is the restaurant district. You already have Luigi's that's thriving. You have Wool Growers that's thriving. You have Narducci's will come back. We'll get Narducci's back. Pyrenees has done a total turnaround. It's thriving. You got the Arizona Cafe. Yeah, I think we can get Noriega back at some point too. So I don't know that the depot really is the anchor for that area. I think we have kind of a build it and they will come kind of attitude to this. And I'm struggling with that. One of the things we don't talk about is the high-speed rail. If that ever gets fully done, they got a viaduct coming right down Sumner Street. And so what does that do to the depot? Does that obscure it? I know some of the renderings kind of showed them all working together, but I'm really concerned about all those kind of things. And there's so much else the city needs to focus on. We have a budget that is strained, and so I'm very, very concerned about us continuing to invest in something that's just going to be a financial albatross for us for a long time to come. The visioning, the Old Town Current Vision Plan has got an 8 or 10 year horizon, and we know how those things go. It's really more of a 10 or 20 year plan. And so I'd really hate to be in this project 20 years from now. We've lost a lot of other historical properties. I know that was said in a negative term, but a lot of those things were decisions that the community made at the time. And you think about the Southern Hotel that was downtown, and some other projects. The old courthouse that was where Bank of America building was removed, and now we have a big Bank of America building. And do we miss that building? No, I don't miss it. And so I don't know that we have to preserve it to remember it. We could very easily do some kind of memorial, some kind of monument in that area to recognize the depot and how it played in the growth of the city. And so I don't know that we need to have this building for that purpose. And I think that, I think that concludes my notes. So I'm not in favor of continuing this lease, and I will support Councilmember Bashir-Dash's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. I'm going to do some follow-up questions before we go to Councilmember Gonzalez. Chief, would you come up here? Councilmember Coleman, you mentioned BPD. Chief Terry, we might have fire chief in here also. Councilmember Coleman, you mentioned the number of responses needed by BPD. Chief, would you be able to just describe the condition of the building, the responses that have been needed, the amount of officers that are required for that? I know sometimes the canine, I've been inside the building, and it's large and has lots of nooks and crannies. If you could just talk about that. These decisions are never simple. So for us to have all the information needed as council makes these decisions is so important. So Chief, if you could just speak to that, please.
Sure. As it's already been described, it is a very large facility, a large building, and we're going about 10 times a month for trespassing or alarm or some other type of offense. And because of the nature of how large it is and the way it's constructed with so many different rooms, it takes a number of officers to be able to clear it every single time. Sometimes that is the use of a canine is what will be used to do that. That canine may need to be summoned from some other part of the city, and so officers are waiting to do that. All of it will obviously takes time for a number of officers, depending on the nature of what the report was. If it was a burglar alarm, we would send more officers than if it was a broken-in window where it didn't appear that entry was made. If we have to go in and search and clear the building, it takes a number of officers quite a bit of time to methodically work through and safely be able to do that. And obviously, they would not be available for other types of calls. So every time we get a call there, depending on the nature of it, the amount of resources necessary to safely clear the building depends on the nature of the call.
You mentioned safely clear the building because of the conditions of the building. The arcing doesn't even allow the lights to be turned on. So when officers go in, how much time are they having to spend? Are vagrants still entering that building? And what are we diverting in terms of our resources when we have to call upon our officers to check out the building and to ensure their safety and the safety of any vagrants maybe that would have entered?
Sure. And all of that, the number of resources that we send depends on the nature of the call. If it appears that entry has been made, and then we're going to send a larger number of officers. That's probably in the realm of 4 to 6, perhaps with a canine at times. But again, just depends on the nature of the call. If it doesn't appear that entry's been made and we're just having to secure the property and check it out, then it's still a number of officers to do that because it is so large. So all of that depends on the nature of the call. But if we have to send officers in to clear the building, it is a large number of officers that are certainly not available for other types of calls for service, and that happens, 8 to 10 times a month.
We've secured the building, but are vagrants still able to enter? And have they entered?
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Gonzalez.
And thank you, Chief, and thank you to the department for all the work that you do protecting this site and a lot of the vacant buildings that we have in downtown and Old Town Kern. And that's part of the problem, is that, again, there's been a steady decline of many of our historic neighborhoods, a disinvestment. And it doesn't turn around overnight, and it requires a catalyst. It requires the city to invest in its communities and to make those properties not only safer in the short term, but find new uses. So it's actually productive, and it's actually an asset, and they're resources for all community members. And that's what we're trying to work towards. We're trying to work towards this longer term use of this property. And Councilmember Coleman, I appreciate all of your concerns, and certainly I have a list of concerns as well. And but I also have a lot of ideas of how we can actually work towards a solution. And the reason I know that is because there's plenty of examples throughout the country and throughout throughout the city where we have found many of our historic structures in decline, and we've had investors who've had the heart to invest. The Woolworths building is a good example of private investment where it would have been far cheaper, far easier to go out into the west side of town and build a brand new building. But it was because of their heart, it was because of their vision. The other thing I want to mention is that in any commercial development, I'm not a developer and I'm not in this work, but I've worked with lots of developers over the years, particularly in downtown and as it relates to revitalization. Commercial development takes a long time. It takes some time. And so we have to be able to be in this for the long term. PQ is a good example. We have a property that was purchased during the old redevelopment days on California and Q Street. This property is still vacant over 20 plus years. And we've had problems on that side as well. But I think that, the Bible says, without vision, people perish. And it's important for us as leaders in the community to have a vision for our community and for all neighborhoods in the future. And I think that Sumner Depot and this particular structure really provides a lot of not only unique character and history and serves as a cultural asset, but it also can be a catalyst for future growth. And that's not just me surmising. That comes from the recommendations of professionals who have done these projects in other parts of the state. Lab is well respected throughout the country, and they have seen the potential in this property. We have had an investor who is willing to fund the whole project, but because of the length of time it's taken with Union Pacific, they have stepped back from it, and that was a real step backwards. But I believe that we can find others with the same heart and vision and resources to make that investment. And finally, there is this issue regarding the safety and the crossing at Baker. But this rail crossing will still be a safety issue even when we demolish Sumner Depot. It will still be an issue, and Union Pacific will still be pressing the city, will still have to address it at some level. And they are using this depot as leverage to get the city to move, and it's wrong. And so I think we need to continue to negotiate. We need to push back, and my hope is that we can get this deal done. But I do understand on the other hand, I do understand that at some point we do have to say, look, we've tried our best, we've made our best effort in this negotiation, and it can't go on forever. So I'm interested in hearing from the rest of my colleagues, but I would just encourage us to kind of give us a bit more time so that we can see where we go with Union Pacific.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to belabor this issue. I think there have been many good comments and questions on both sides of the argument. What I will say is that it's my perspective that the city of Bakersfield has done its part. The city of Bakersfield has, entertained this lease for nearly 5 years now. That is quite a good length of time, particularly when the initial intention of the council was only for it to be 12 months to go negotiate with UP, to find some private investment to make this project work. I would argue that 5 years is a good amount of time. Secondly, to Councilmember Gonzalez's credit, and the community leaders, some of whom are here tonight, have done incredible work working with city staff to re-envision what could be in Old Town Kern. And I think that at the same time, this opportunity to redevelop Sumner Depot, Sumner Station, is an incredible one. So I'm torn, admittedly. On one hand, I think that there's an opportunity for us to re-envision what this site could look like. On the other side, I understand that there are liabilities associated with the current agreement. But at the end of the day, I think this ultimately is a business decision. And I think our assistant city manager pointed it out. You need a cooperating property owner in order to get the deal done. And I would make the argument tonight that sometimes the best thing you can do in a negotiation is hang up the phone or close the door and leave the meeting. And so I think we need to put a deadline on this particular lease agreement. And the other thing I think that is important is also that we as council members represent our districts, nearly 60,000 individuals, many businesses in each of our districts, and I think it's important to respect the wishes of that representative who was duly elected to represent that district. And so I think all that said, I am most in favor of allowing for us to continue with this lease until the end date of June 24th, 2026 of this year, with the expectation that staff bring back an update on where we are with negotiations with UP, and if things move in the right direction, that we would then, at that point, have the ability to entertain an extension of the lease if things progress in a positive way. And I'll make that a motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So we have two options and a third one being providing additional or alternatives. If the option of the lease remaining valid, does staff feel that another one-year term is adequate amount of time? Or how much time do we need on this project?
Madam City Attorney?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I think that staff can answer your question, but from a legal perspective, the lease that is currently executed, it is an automatic renewal. And it is set, that date is June 24th. So if Councilmember Arias' motion goes first, if that's the last motion on the table, I'll need you to clarify that, because there isn't an extension. It's just, it's automatic. But to the Vice Mayor's point, I'll now defer to the City Manager.
Mr. Clegg?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I think you said an additional year. Did you mean up through June 24th?
Right.
Yeah, I think through June 24th, I don't think we're going to have a fully executed long-term ground lease with UP by June. However, we could continue through June, come back and give an update to see how much progress we have made. I think that's enough time to execute our current strategy of getting to the right people at UP and be able to come back and tell council where we're at with them. But I anticipate, just giving, respect to city attorney and others, we would need time to review, any type of an agreement like that. And so I don't think we would have that, ready for council to vote on by June. But I think we could come back and give a better update on whether we think that that's going to be likely or we've given it our best effort.
I think Councilmember Arias, do you want to amend your motion?
Well, I just wanted to clarify that whether we renew for an additional year or not, we still retain the ability to terminate the lease at any point with a notice of 30 days in advance. Is that correct?
Councilmember Arias, you do. So in other words, your use of the word extension to me is not accurate, because the lease is continuing. So if you want to come back in June and get an update, great. And then if you decide at that point that you want to terminate it, you'd give your 30 days in June, and it would presumably terminate in July. There wouldn't be any need to do an extension, is what I'm telling you.
I hear you.
Yeah.
So I'll make the amendment to my motion to allow for the lease to remain valid and request that staff bring an updated presentation on this project on or around June 24th, 2026 for further council action and consideration. Thank you.
I had a follow-up question. Sorry, it wasn't done. Alternatively, have we re-engaged in conversation with Union Pacific in letting them know that today the council is having discussions to potentially terminate the lease, and if they are still interested in demolishing this building? Do we know?
Yes to your first question. We let them know that this is a big decision and asked them to tune in. I don't know about the second question.
There was not discussion or questions or confirmation on do they plan to demolish. That did not occur, if that's what your question was.
Right. Okay. So that's not something we asked them?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I like what Councilmember Arias stated, is that sometimes in negotiations, the best thing is to hang up or, put a deadline on it, because this thing's been floating for a long time, and I think not a high priority for staff. We've got a lot of other stuff that is higher priorities, and obviously not a high priority for Union Pacific. So I think, given another 4 or 5 months, whatever it is, with a little time pressure on both sides, and perhaps some pressure from the community on Union Pacific, to let them know what the real community fallout might be if they demolish the building in August. So I'm in favor of, I guess it's not an extension, it's a continuation of the lease until June or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
I just want to get some clarification from City Attorney. It's a 12-month lease,
Yeah.
so it would have to be May 24th?
You're reading my mind, Councilmember Bashir Tosh. City manager and I were just looking at that lease very quickly. I think that UP could probably take that position, and so I would encourage the city manager and staff to come back well before the 30 days of June 24th.
So we're talking about having a decision being made in May. If Councilman Arias's motion passes, hopefully he would amend it to be in May so that we're not on the hook for another year in the event that that does pass. But I just wanted to make sure that we're...
You may want to ask Councilman Arias to repeat his motion, but as I understand it, it would be a motion to simply allow the lease to continue in its current form, and for staff to return, I'll say substantially before 30 days before June 24th in order to allow the council to terminate the lease at that meeting if substantial progress has not been made to the council's determination.
Yeah, can we get that clarification, Councilman Arias?
I suppose now I'm even more confused. It was my understanding that whether we continued with the lease or terminated the lease at on June 24th, 2026, that we would still retain the ability to terminate at any point with a 30-day written notice.
I think it depends on how you read the lease. As I indicated earlier, there are 2 leases that the council executed, and again, that is a fault of my office. There is the original lease, and then there is an Exhibit B, which is the UP lease. So I don't know, I haven't had any discussions with UP, but I would tell you as your city attorney, in the abundance of caution, I would have the discussion and the update 30 days prior to June 24th.
Okay. I'm amenable to that. I would ask that staff bring back this item for an update well before that 30-day window. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Bashir Tosh, back to you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Councilmember Arias, for this motion. I'm very happy with this. I think this works. I think the community will be very appreciative. The reason I love this is for 3 reasons. Number 1 is gives staff a little bit more time to negotiate with Union Pacific. Number 2, though, I think it does provide us a little bit of leverage and put Union Pacific on notice that we're about to walk away. They've used this as leverage for them, for us to do some pedestrian bridge and add $20 million to the project for far too long. And we need to communicate to them that we're serious now and this is the end. But the third thing is, I think it really sends a message to the rest of the community. We all have to look for solutions for this site if we want to preserve it. And the city has done what it can, and I appreciate all of the investment over the years, and I sincerely appreciate the investment of the council. But we all have to recognize as community members that we have to figure out a solution together. So thank you for the motion. I think it helps a lot, and thank you for the extension of a little bit more time so that we can work through this with Union Pacific.
Thank you. We have a motion. Audience, the way this works is we take the second motion first. So we're going to be voting on Councilmember Arias's amended motion at this point. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Weir absent.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Council and mayor statements.
Thank you. Can you just clear that so I can see? There we go. Just going to wait for a minute for any names to come up. Vice Mayor.
I usually don't take this much mic time, but yesterday was Councilmember Eric Arias' birthday, so please join me in wishing him a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We can sing to you right now. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Councilmember Eric Arias, representing Ward 1. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. I will admit that my staff has embarrassed me, my family embarrassed me yesterday, but I think this takes the icing on the cake. So thank you very much for the well wishes. Thank you.
Happy birthday. I don't see other requests to speak. We spoke earlier about, is that Councilmember Bashir Tosh pushed his button.
We're not going to be here next week for the other birthday that's at the dais, so we should say early happy birthday to Vice Mayor Carr. Next week is her birthday, so happy birthday.
Happy birthday, dear Vice Mayor Carr. Happy birthday to you.
We have 2 Aquariuses on the board.
And now, after all of that joy, we come back again and remember our dear former council member, Irma Carson, a trailblazer, a lover of our community, a public servant, and as she's been described, a consummate elected official. So let's take a moment now just to honor her with a moment of silence. Thank you. There are services on Friday and also on Saturday. The main one is Saturday at St. John Missionary Baptist Church. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting in honor of former council member Dr. Irma Carson. 7:37.